Good afternoon, welcome back to the Collegiate Starleague live at Dreamhack Austin. Guys, we had a crazy semifinal set up today, getting us ready for the grand finals. Now, one of the teams that made it there is University of British Columbia. They upset a favorite to win the whole thing, and I got the pleasure of bringing Sinclair here, Duncan Trong, I believe is how you say it, to chat with me a little bit about what we're looking at in the future and sort of the excitement about the last match. So let's start at the last match. Coming in, the BSJ stack was sort of the unspoken juggernaut, the elephant in the room. A lot of folks expected them to come out ahead. You beat them 2-0. What was your preparation like, and sort of how do you think you guys managed that?
Honestly, I think it came down to recognizing that their strategy relied and circled around BSJ. So we just really wanted to focus on dealing with him first, and we felt that we could deal with the rest of the team after the fact. So we just really dealt with him just because he's such a good player that we had to deal with him. And then we just moved on from that point.
Well, we noticed that you banned the Alchemist and the Lifestealer first on both of those games. Was your plan to force him into the Slark because you had an answer for it?
Honestly, we were just focusing on the fact that we knew he could probably carry the game 1 versus 5 with those two heroes because he's known for playing Lifestealer in the kind of cheese way where he jumps in an Asian and just steals all your lanes. And we know the Alchemist is kind of a really annoying hero that just, I don't know, he farms like 6 items in like 30 minutes and then your game's over and there's nothing you can do. So we just wanted to take those off the map, and we felt that we could deal with whatever hero he had from that point on because nothing could like 1 versus 5 us from that point.
That makes sense. So you guys definitely dealt with it. You moved in 2-0, which I think a lot of us were very impressed by. Now you look towards the finals. This is the big show, the final best of 3. Had you already planned to go up against every team, or what are you looking at now going into finals?
It was a tough decision to decide who was going to win between Cornell and Michigan because the teams were so even, I think. So we kind of prepared for both, but at the same time we recognized that they're similar teams. So we kind of just focused on our own game and what we want to do.
Okay, so you focused on yourselves. You guys, I'm not going to ask you about your strategy going into the finals because I know that Michigan's probably watching right now.
I appreciate that.
That said though, do you think a lot of people wrote you off going into that game, and I think a lot of them may have prepared to meet Cal Poly in the finals? Do you think that works out to your advantage?
I think it definitely works out because we're all hoping that they didn't look at our games as much as they're expecting to play against Cal Poly, but at the same time, these teams are really good, they're really versatile, they can adapt on the fly, so I'm sure that they're prepared for us in some kind of way, but we're hoping that maybe less than we hope for.
Okay, and now I know that you're the shot caller for UBC for the most part, but I know that you've also said that leadership on the team is super fluid. What does that mean exactly?
I'd say it means that at different points, somebody else can take control. Like, it's really easy for me to pass off, letting somebody else make the shot calls in the early game while I'm focused on winning my lane. And at the same time, like, somebody can take it mid, early, late, it doesn't really matter. Whenever somebody feels something that's right, they'll do something. Like in the first game, or second game, I believe, when Ricky Mamelode blinked into the pit, or he wanted to basically 1 versus 5 at the Roche pit, like, we kind of just let him make that call on his own, even though we didn't feel it was like the best idea. Like, he did it and it worked out, and it worked out amazingly. So, like, you can't really make a bad decision with these guys.
It was a huge swing point that, I mean, we can argue won you the game off of the way that it played so well. And you could see that. He went on his own and the rest of the team said, all right, we have your back. Now in the second game, you guys were trailing and you were struggling to sort of get caught back up. And you came up with a really great idea of baiting them inside of the Roche pit. Was that something you've been practicing, or was that sort of we need to make a play, let's sucker them in here?
Kind of something that just happened. We were just going with it. We felt like we needed to do something, and it kind of just ended up working out that way.
And I do want to say this. Gorgon and I both noticed your usage of the new scan tool was really on point, especially in that bait, for instance, where you scan the high ground. Is that something that you have been practicing with as a new feature? Because a lot of teams seem to be ignoring it.
Yeah, honestly, I think everybody in my team kind of sucks at scanning, but I feel like I'm pretty good at it. I don't know, it's just the way, I kind of just intuition, you kind of get a vibe where you want to feel it, and when sometimes you're playing pub games and that you use it selfishly, like as much as nobody else is going to use it, and you feel like you're going to get ganked, so you throw it out there, and it kind of just transfers over to here, but it seems to mean a lot more because your team's actually like good and you can rely on them, and it tells you a lot more about the other team. That kind of thing.
So it was definitely used well. You guys made some amazing plays and some big turnarounds. UBC, massive upset, going to play for the grand final. You've literally spent an entire year working your way up to the game that you're about to play. When we talk about your experience, you guys haven't been to a lot of lands, obviously. What's been the biggest challenge for you so far this tournament?
I think just preparing for the other teams, recognizing that everybody's so good, we weren't sure who we were going to play. It's tough to be able to prepare for like 3 different teams. So you really need to find a good balance of like not underestimating one team and having them end up lose or something like that, or having them win and playing the other team you didn't prepare for. So I think that's like the biggest thing, because I don't know, we're just when you have 5 good players like this, it's really easy to play together, and communication's really fluid, it's easy, and meeting up in person, it's not that different.
Well, and as you can tell, it's a fairly distracting environment here. Have you guys found that a hindrance at all to your ability to play, or has it not really become an issue at all?
I would have expected to, since it's really loud here, but at the same time, once we get the game going, we're kind of in a trance state.
Fair.
The sound blocks out, we're focused on each other, our mind's focused on the game, and it doesn't really affect us in any way whatsoever.
You know, and I think that's the first step. We see so many teams that just struggle at lands to get adjusted. You guys seems like you didn't miss a step, so good luck in the grand final. I'm excited to see what you guys do. Guys, Sinclair from University of British Columbia, a team that I expect to see do well, and a team that a lot of folks would call the dark horse in this. So our own personal seed egg. I hope you guys do a great job. Thanks for stopping by. We will come back in just a little while with an interview with Single, or Pingle if you prefer, the feeder from Michigan. Don't go anywhere. CSL live from Dreamhack. We'll be back to you in just a few minutes.
$173,000 miles from Earth. As he orbited the moon, he had not only made visual observations, he had been operating a complex series of experiments.
Go. Welcome back to the Collegiate Starleague. This is Gorgon here with Zingle from University of Michigan. They just got off a hot game, and first question you got to ask is, how do you guys feel about the way your composition worked out the last game? Are you feeling strong moving into the next series?
Oh, we feel great actually. Like that last game went exactly how we had planned for the past few weeks coming in. We knew we were playing against Cornell.
Yeah.
So we had them figured out, we had our scrap figured out, and everything went off without a hitch.
So now, you planned a lot against Cornell. Moving into the finals where you got UBC, is that the team that you expected to be up against?
Honestly, I had no idea who to expect. I was going in kind of 50-50, you know, maybe BSJ could pull it off and Gary's team, maybe not. We didn't prepare as much for this team as we did the last one because, you know, it guaranteed Cornell in the semifinals. You don't want to preemptively prepare before you know that you're going to make it.
Right. Putting the cart before the horse would agree out. So, as your team kind of moves into the finals and you're looking at this, are there any specific components of your gameplay that you, mentally or strategically, that you really feel like you have to hone in on to make sure that you guys are not tilting or that you're coming in fresh?
So the no tilting factor isn't really too bad with us, but the reining ourselves back, because we get ahead of ourselves way too often. When we get rolling too fast.
So, that's true, yeah.
So not really too much. Like that last match, if we could get a carbon copy of it, that'd be ideal.
Alright, so you guys tend to like these faster paced games, you really like to move in. You have trouble reining yourselves in sometimes. Who on the team is responsible for making sure that when you're out by a tier 2 by yourself, single, personally, who's the guy that tells you you need to back up now?
Usually that's my captain, although I feel like I've been learning after an entire year of being yelled at for being overextended. It's become a little bit of second nature. But like, doesn't the last game, I was 1v5 at the tier 2 and I lost Aegis and I died, and they're like, no tilt, just don't do that, stop doing that. I was like, okay.
Everyone gets one.
He keeps me in check though, he does a good job of it.
That's awesome. So, what does Collegiate Starleague really mean for you guys in terms of coming in, trying to get the win? Have you talked about what it would impact your lives? Have you talked about how it would make the team as a whole roll forward in their education?
Not yet. That's a tough one. Like, we don't get ahead of ourselves like expecting to win, or even getting to here. It's still just setting in now that we're actually doing something like real with this. It's not just a bunch of kids playing games. We're achieving a free flight and a grand final match in Dreamhack.
Yeah.
It's surreal, to be honest.
It's not just surreal, it is real. You got to keep your head here, my man. So you just graduated, right? And you're looking forward towards grad school. Is there any advice that you might give to next year's U of M team, which is going to be mostly new in terms of going into the Collegiate Starleague?
You need to work on the teamwork, that's probably the biggest thing. Having a star player, as you see with a lot of the other teams, won't get you through.
Right.
Our team, we've been together since last year actually, so we have a year and a half experience for 5 of us and 2 years for the 4 of us.
Okay.
That's easily the biggest factor. So having a team of a bunch of fresh players from D2 or just from random new freshmen in the school.
So you're thinking new team might come in, struggle through season 1, hit season 2, and bring back the U of M pride. Maybe we'll see another U of M team in the finals within the next 2 years. That's awesome. One other question in terms of the way that you guys have been preparing and looking at this event. How do you guys prepare to move in, especially with patch changes and finals? How much time do you spend actively practicing, and how much of it is just talking and theory crafting?
It's, as of recently, more of like a 50-50 because we don't have the time to coordinate all 5 of us, between finals that just ended recently and all of our other grad studies and all that stuff. It's hard to find time for 5 players to coordinate and play, but we can always, play by ourselves, playing 2 or 3 stacks and read patch notes and just theory craft in the chats.
So do you guys actually get together at the university to practice, or do you practice from your dorms or from wherever you happen to be?
Earlier in the year, we did practice all the time together. We meet up in a room to play the CSL match, and once a week practice, usually right before the CSL. But as of recently, finals and everything, we just playing online. It does hurt a lot to play online because being in person, talking to somebody, it's incredible how much better you can be.
Do you feel like you guys are even less likely to tilt if you are in a room with the people that you're playing with and you have that positive support? You can tell, because for example, you spam ping a lot in match. I imagine that online maybe that gets grating, but in person, your teammate can look over and see you smiling. Does that impact it?
Oh yeah, in person, it's the spam pinging turns to getting up and smacking somebody on the back or something when they feed, or seeing their reactions after every play. It's a huge boost for morale, honestly. It improves our play a lot.
Okay, so do you think that morale is the most important aspect of keeping you guys coordinated together, or is there some other part of the communication that really factors into the great performances like we saw earlier today?
Morale is a huge part of it, but also the fact that we're all friends, we all can appreciate what the other people's input means. So it's not just one person calling all the shots and everybody else just shutting up and dealing with it.
Right.
Because that won't foster a good community or a good team at all.
So as you guys move forward, you were basically undefeated throughout the entire season. Do you feel like maybe that impacted your confidence? Are you worried that you might come into this match too confident against UBC? Because they are contenders, man.
Oh yeah, no, they're nothing to laugh at, but the win streak that we've been having, it's huge. When we're on a roll, we haven't lost in quite a while, in CSL at least. It's just, no breaks, full on freight train to win it.
Did you guys actually get a chance to really practice and sink your teeth into 6.87 before you got down here, or was that an unfortunate change for you? Do you feel like you've taken advantage out of it? Do you adapt faster or slower than other teams?
So I think 6.87 benefits us, but we didn't have a chance to practice as 5 until literally right now.
Oh, wow.
I think that's the first match we played on 6.87. But you know, we played as 4, 3 of us. We've been talking a bunch about it. Like once it came out, we knew that this is going to be pretty game changing for this finals. Like we couldn't play the same styles that we did before.
Now, does that come down to trying to schedule around your academic careers? Everybody obviously had finals and the end of the semester. People are moving away from Ann Arbor, and then you have to travel down here in addition to everything else going on in your lives. Is that sort of where that patch ended up lining up?
Yep, right in the middle of finals, right when everybody was going on mini vacations or moving out. It's impossible to coordinate 5 people like that.
Yeah, so I guess at this point in time, all that's left to say is make Ann Arbor proud. You know I'm an Ann Arbor denizen of many years, and I'm rooting for you guys. I think Toppies might be rooting against you, but, you know, you got the better caster on your side, right?
Oh, yeah, that's all that
right.
matters.
All right, so good luck going further. Good luck in the finals, and congratulations on your new degree.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. We'll be right back with some more action coming here for the CSL Finals, sponsored by Asus ROG and Brain Gear.
final at Dreamhack Austin live with Toffees and Gorgon, brought to you by the folks at Asus Republic of Gamers, who made this whole thing possible. Big shout out to them. The laptops, the gear the guys are playing on, everything, including the prize pool, provided by Asus so generously. Make sure you follow them at Asus North America, so a really great channel there. Also, Brain Gear sponsoring the event as well. Now, this is the world's first brain performance formula. Apparently, they had gone out and figured out a way to cut the sugar and the caffeine, but give you just as much excitement and mental focus. I've tried it, I love it, you should too. That said, let's talk about what's coming up here soon. This is the grand final. We've got two teams. One, we expected to be here. One, knocked out the favorites to win the tournament, and really, I think, stands a great chance of taking this whole thing home.
Yeah.
Michigan versus University of British Columbia in a best of three for the marbles. What do you think, Gorgon?
Well, University of Michigan showed a much more dominant performance earlier today, but they did have what I think we would both agree is a less dominant opponent as well, right? So for moving forward, UBC especially, they showed a lot of just stellar decision-making, strategy, communication. They leveraged the scan hyper effectively. They leveraged objectives to force fights. I think University of Michigan, their goal is to just run through this game as systematically as they ran through their last series. For UBC, I think their goal is just to throw a stick in the spokes and force Michigan out of their comfort zone.
That's a great way to define it. You know, I distinctly remember being a young man and having my cousin do that to me, and just sends you over the handlebars. And UBC, talking to them, they said coming in here, everyone expected the banana slam jam on the Cal Poly stack to go to the finals. And they said they think that's an advantage. The fact that nobody planned for them, and they're counting on that going into this game. The question is, did a team like Michigan, who's known for their hubris, plan on seeing UBC in the finals? Because they only had about an hour and a half to prepare for this game.
Well, I was, even before we came down here, you know, I live in Ann Arbor. They're my hometown team. I chat with them once in a while.
Absolutely.
Right? And I was talking to some of the guys. I was talking to Zingle, whom we interviewed a minute ago, and I asked, like, who do you think, if you go to the finals, who are you playing against? And I expected him to say the Banana Jam Slam-a-Stat, right? That's the expectation. He said he really thought UBC had a good chance of moving on.
Fair
he
enough.
was planning on fighting either team. He thought they were about equally strong. And even in the interview just a minute ago, when we went in, what he said was, we planned about 50% for each team.
Right.
So neither team are they coming in with this just a well of knowledge, but they have a couple puddles for any situation.
Absolutely. And now, we've got two very different teams here. UBC plays with Sinclair as their shot caller, but they're very fluid about how they handle things. And we saw that in their first game and their second when they fell behind and they used really smart management of the Roche pit and initiations to make sure that they could really turn the game around and hold it. Whereas Michigan likes to hit the gas and just keep going.
Yeah, and another aspect I think that you need to keep in mind is that Michigan doesn't really seem to have a main shot caller. They have a captain, and he sometimes reels people in, but everybody just kind of moves on their own, and they coalesce and coagulate against moments where they've gotten cut. That's the exact portion of the strategy that you really have to watch. They are like white blood cells in a big way. They kind of do their own thing until there's a threat, and then they immediately move on it, just in collision.
Speaking of immediately moving on, let's do it right now, guys. Game 1 of the grand finals of the CSL about to get underway as the underdogs from UBC take on the boys who love to fight from the University of Michigan as we go into the draft right now. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be exciting. I can't wait to see what happens.
And we want to point out, by the way, for any viewers who have not noticed, a new sub-patch launched between the semifinals and the finals here. A couple of hero changes and item changes that might make a difference in how these teams play, right?
And it's not massive changes, right? I think the biggest thing that caught my attention was the Inferno Blade change. Because we've seen a lot of Dooms in the tournament so far. They nuked the damage just a little bit.
And also the Beastmaster's board no longer pierces spell immunity with the slow, with the poison. That actually makes a big difference if you're laning against a life stealer, which we know University of Michigan love to play.
Absolutely.
So a life stealer into a Beastmaster, that's already a fairly hard counter because you can invest into the creeps and eliminate them immediately. But even now, Beastmaster prior had a pretty good lane advantage because he was able to slow and poison
And
down
I think that
through
we
range.
saw UBC using that Beastmaster early on, running vision against their opponents. So that's something that could be a big change depending on how the drafts go this time around.
Absolutely.
So as we jump into the draft, we see the Bounty Hunter and the Alchemist ban right out. UBC, when I chatted earlier with Sinclair, I said, did you ban the Alchemist because he's one of Banana Slam Jam's heroes? And his response was, well, we just sort of really find it an annoying hero to deal with.
Well, it is funny because it happens to be BSJ's hero. It also happens to be Zingle's hero. Those two actually play very similar hero pools. So they are similar style players. They both tend to get out ahead of their team a little bit. They're both very aggressive, and they both always find their farm.
Right.
So for UBC moving in, they really do have the benefit of playing a similar style of squad. Now, but here's the great secret, right? Everybody knows Zingle in the community because he's vocal, because he's kind of a memer, right? He comes out with a force. He's got the personality to draw attention. But T1E is the guy you really have to watch.
Absolutely.
We saw the Lifestealer game for Zingle. That was only a 0-0-6 performance. He was the backup plan, but he didn't actually do very much that entire game, whereas T1E was everywhere doing every role.
Now, before we go through the whole draft and you get to see the heroes, I didn't get to ask you, who are you giving this to? Who do you think has what it takes to go all the way?
I gotta believe in the boys from Blue.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, and I will say, I think UBC has an advantage here because A, I think Michigan may have underprepared for them, and B, a lot of folks don't realize this about University of British Columbia, but I've been talking to them today, and 4 of their players have been playing for in excess of 10 years. They know the game, and the new guy that they call the rookie has still been playing for 4.
Yeah, that's pretty long. You know, old hands like me forget that that's not necessarily common anymore. 'Cause, right, when I started, it was everybody had to play 4 forever to be able to play. But at the same time, Dota's huge now, and a lot of people have rotated over from Han. They've rotated over from League of Legends. They picked up the game as it's grown, and that's not necessarily the case for University of Michigan, right?
Well, so I like the Vengeful Spirit pickup here. In the last time we saw UBC play, their supports were some of their most effective players. Cal and KCY had huge impact throughout that game, and Vengeful Spirit really worked well in the context of their play style. Rescues and initiations were incredibly strong because of that.
So watch for the fact that Vengeful Spirit's intelligence gain and base intelligence has been dropped a little bit on this most recent sub-patch.
Okay.
It should, I'm doing some mental math on it because I didn't have time to crunch the numbers. In my mental math, it should make an impact where you get maybe 1 fewer stun combos with stun and with the negative armor at about level 5.
Okay.
So, you know, and it also it's going to impact level 1 because you don't have as high of a mana pool or as much regen for sustainability. I love the Witch Doctor pickup here. Also, something to call out, Storm Spear, a T1E hero that we saw him really utilize well, did get a buff. And we already saw them running that into an Invoker earlier today, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're confident moving forward with that again.
Absolutely, and it's something that surprised me that UBC didn't go for a ban there, knowing that the buff just came through.
They're banning Zingle's heroes because Zingle is the magnet. Here's the one difference.
The problem is, T1E and Zingle are happy to switch off in that one position, whereas their last opponents didn't really have that option.
Yeah, well also, when you're playing against the BSJ stack, right, the guy who's the magnet is the right guy.
Right.
When you're playing against the U of M the guy who's the magnet, he's not the real playmaker.
Right.
Your mid T1E is that playmaker.
Absolutely.
And the supports are also wildly
Zingle would argue with you on that, but I think that you're right, especially in this series. T1E in the last grouping was on fire. He really made those plays. His Ember Spirit was lights far and away, just super powerful. So now we see the ban out of the Lifestealer, the Oracle, Doom taken off the board as well as the Sven. What are we going for University of Michigan? Does this draft so far fit their typical playstyle?
Yeah, well, it's very popular heroes, right? The Beastmaster coming out, even despite the nerf, and then the Witch Doctor also coming out. Witch Doctor at WePlay was the most picked hero at that land. He has been growing in popularity over the end of 6.86, and he didn't receive any nerfs, which means that as all the heroes from above him start to drop down below, he rises with that tide.
Absolutely. Now this is the first starter we've gotten to see today. He's been very popular lately and very powerful. What do you attribute that to? What is it about Slardar that's making him so strong in this meta?
He's mobility, he's negative armor, and he fights, right? Slardar is not a hero that you pick up to push tier 2s, so he's able to get around, get vision, get into the fray, and he gets his net worth advantage similarly to a lot of other combat heroes that are popular, like a bounty hunter, from getting kills. And since the T2s no longer drop very commonly, early, the Slardar gives you a lot of that control.
Absolutely. Slaughter, the full package. We're going to hopefully work out for UBC. On the opposite side, University of Michigan picks up the Silencer, someone whose win rate has gone up significantly. The changes to his build is really strong in that early laning phase now. The question is he going to be a strong enough answer to start what looks like a really intense initiation from UBC?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they roll that Silencer. I mean, Silencer is a hero that I have always thought was very strong because of his ultimate. He's able to just shut down team fights. His counter initiation is second to none if you execute that correctly. But it is difficult. But since the changes on 687, where he now has a slow on his Arcane Curse instead of on Last Word, and the fact that damage that he does is increased by his intelligence, that's a change on 687 that makes a big difference for
Now,
Silencer.
is that a change that moves him out of the support role, or is it still something where you just slowly level, get a value point in the silence and use and really level up that slow and that damage for harass?
I think Silencer can be played as a core. I've always thought Silencer could be played as a core because the value of glaives in the mid and late game give him so much pure damage output. However, I don't necessarily expect U of M to run him there because I don't know what that T1E mains that hero.
Right, and that's T1E, from what we've seen in the past, loves high impact, mobility-based heroes. Silencer, I would not say fits either of those categories.
I would definitely say Silencer is high impact, but it's
early high impact.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's not a playmaker.
Yes.
Silencer is more of a dump truck that comes at you, he accelerates a little slowly, and then by the time he gets going, there's just no stopping it.
T1E likes to be the starting pitcher, like single to back cleanup, and Silencer won't allow that. So I think you're right, we'll see him in a support role. Klinks gets picked up by UBC. Sinclair used him as a carry in a game in the first series and did very well with it. His scouting is really what brought him in. So what I expect is scouts with Klinks, Blink initiations with Slardar, and probably Sunstrike Invoker like we saw in the first series as well.
Yeah, probably the Exort style Invoker. That's going to allow them to move in and knock down some of the tier 1 towers, open up the space for Slardar Klinks to scout out the jungle. And there's a lot of negative armor here. If U of M start to fall behind, Roche is going to fall down very quickly.
And I do expect, with the draft picks so far, as well as these two teams' style of plays, for this game to be frenetic. I think we're going to see early engagements, and it's going to go aggressive. So if you guys are thinking about using the bathroom or getting a drink, I would say do it now, because I expect to see this laning phase break down relatively quickly in terms of the overall timing.
The Doom ban is an interesting play here. It implies that they're going to get somebody who's relying on mobility, right? Because normally you would ban Doom in the first phase if you don't want to see him. If you ban him in the second phase, it usually means that you've changed your draft strategy in some way that makes that hero scary in a way that he hadn't been before. That implies to me that maybe a Storm Spirit will be coming out, and that would mean that we would probably see Zingle on one of these hard-hitting, strength-oriented carries that he does like to run. Maybe something like a Chaos Knight.
Absolutely. And if they do that, and they run the Silencer right now, it fits. They've got, the Spirit, they've got Silencer to make sure the Storm Spirit is clear and not going to get countered aggressively. Phantom Lash is going to get picked up, so that will be the Zingle hard carry, unless they choose to put him on T1E mid, which I don't know.
I don't think they're going to do that after the Banana Slam Jamma debacle this morning. But the Phantom Lancer is not a tanky hero innately, but he does a similar job as a tanky hero because he soaks up a ton of damage through his illusions, right? And also, the negative armor coming out of the Slardar can't pick the correct one if he plays correctly. The Klinks is all single target damage. I actually really do like that Phantom Lancer pick.
When you think about the Sven ban on the last round, they made sure all the cleave damage was removed from the game. They pick him up with the intention of Michigan likes split push. They like the idea of making you look over here while Zingle farms over there, and that hero's going to allow it. The question that I have, Morgan, is Zingle likes to get hit, and Phantom Lancer is not a hero you want to take the hits on. So can he manage the sort of ebb and flow of a PL versus the brute force of a lifestealer that he tends to play?
I kind of expect this Zingle PL to come out not with that aggressive build that we saw earlier, not go into the Boots of Travel, instead go into something more combat-oriented, though I'm not entirely sure how he prefers to build it, and it will depend on how the early game goes as well.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of this draft, we said it already, is going to depend on the early game. I want to see what comes out next. I like the Winter Wyvern ban, I like the Earth Spirit ban, both of those heroes very fight controlling, and both of these teams are going to want to be the ones that handle the initiation. So UBC and U of M thinking it out. UBC with that advantage because they get to see what the last pick is before they make their move. They'll know for sure Silencer's running as a support, and they can choose to counter whoever's going into that mid position.
Absolutely. As we are moving in here, that Earth Spirit Band, as you mentioned, is going to be crucial for creating space.
Yeah.
And once again, that implies that you maybe don't have the most defensible mid in mind. That could still be a Silencer mid. We kind of brushed over that. But if Silencer were to go mid, he would need that Bounty Hunter to be banned out. He would need that Nature's Prophet to be banned out. And he would need the Earth Spirit to be banned out. It seems like it makes sense.
So it is going to be Gyrocopter. Where does that look like it lines up for you?
Okay, so we have two options here, right? Either we have the BSJ style Phantom Lancer mid, or we have an old school Gyrocopter mid.
Right.
Neither of those are traditional builds recently of the last several patches. Ever since Gyrocopter's homing missile was nerfed several patches ago, we haven't really seen him effectively in the mid lane. I suspect we're going to see T1E on the Gyrocopter.
I think so as well. Cheng gets picked up for UBC Esports. They love having someone in the jungle with KCY. That's what they're going to do in this game. Zingle picks up the Gyro.
All right.
So it looks like it might be a mid PL, baby.
I love the way that they're doing this. U of M watched the game this morning, saw Banana Slam Gamma's team get shut down with Phantom Lancer mid, and they said, hey, we can do that and make it work against the guys that beat
you with it. They're going to try to prove a point here as both teams get ready to go in to game one of the CSL Grand Final here at Dreamhack, guys. This is going to be a lot of fun. I do want to give a big shout out to our sponsors, Asus, Republica Gamers, for getting everyone here and making such a great event, so successful. I also want to give a shout out while we're on the topic to Cheesehead Logic, who's actually our dedicated observer for the event. He's been doing a great job following the fights, and also Teresa, who did a lot of the interviews in prep for the show and really helped out a ton in getting everything ready.
Yeah, this is really, we're the guys on camera, but it is a whole team effort, and the guys at CSL are killing it.
Absolutely.
If you really do want to support Collegiate Dota and that kind of hard work to bring grassroots Dota up into the main spotlight at places like Dreamhack, you know, just quietly appreciate the work that's being done behind the scenes.
Absolutely. That's what it comes down to. These guys work hard. Do shout out to the sponsors, Brain Gear and Asus. Let them know that you appreciate them bringing college Dota to the limelight. Last year, we had the CSL finals in a small bar in San Francisco. This year, we're at Dreamhack Austin. Where are we going next year? As far as we possibly can, and you guys hopefully are coming with us on the ride. Now the game is paused because it wouldn't be a CSL game if it didn't happen. Both these teams getting ready to roll. Let's steal this chance to do some quick introductions.
All right.
For the Dire side, you know what? I'm going to let you do University of Michigan because you live there.
I want to run through U of M here on the Dire side. We've got AA telling you to shut up on the Silencer. We got T1E making friends on the Phantom Lancer. Zingle is going to be soaring on that Gyrocopter. Pave is doing that voodoo. He do so well on that Witch Doctor, and Dandy is one with nature on the Beastmaster.
I hate following you on introductions because you come up with so many cheeky things to say, but I will say that Sinclair will be casting the spells on the Invoker. Sorry is going to be jumping in and slamming it down on Sorry. Mama Load will be popping out of nowhere on the Clinks. Cow is going to be swapping and bopping on the Vengeful Spirit. And last but not least, look for the King of Heels, the Jungle Master himself, KCY, bringing it home on the Chen. Boys and girls, it is time to play some Dota.
All right, so we had said that the Silencer might go into the mid lane because, well, they're aware of what's going on here. Never mind. All right, so we said we said Silencer might go into the mid lane here because the Bounty Hunter ban, the Earth Spirit ban, all implied that they would have a weak mid laner. Gyrocopter is one of those mid laners. He has a great splash range and great damage output to one opponent. But in terms of his escape ability, he has nothing. In terms of his innate health pool or effective HP because of armor, he also has a very minimal impact. Meaning that a rotation from the Chen, especially smoked with double stuns, could be devastating. There's a lot of units there to soak up the damage from Rocket Barrage. There's a lot of stun there to hold the Gyrocopter in place. We will have to see if T1E can be careful enough in order to dominate this lane.
Absolutely. So Zingle picks up that Gyro, T1E goes to lane, and here's the interesting side of the coin. We know that the Invoker that is being run here on the side of UBC is a strong hero. We know that Sinclair knows how to use it. The question is, normally I would say, would he be caught off guard by this, but he's gotten to do a full match against it in the last 6 hours.
Yeah.
So the question you have to ask yourself, is T1E planning on playing it differently? He brings AA to the mid lane. Last time around, there was a Lich there doing the same thing for the Phantom Lancer. So
yeah. And once again, Silencer is a slow burn sort of hero, which that just doesn't work very well. on the Invoker because his innate regen is so high.
And just like that, you're right, AA is going to head towards the bottom lane, leave Phantom Lance to do his own systems. Up on top, Wang Yu getting harassed pretty aggressively by Pave. Not a big surprise there.
We didn't actually mention this, but T1E actually switched heroes. There was a fake out. That's why we thought that was going to be played that way.
That makes sense. All right, so they did swap it up. T1E is going to go with the PL. And doing pretty well in that mid. Zingle does go to the top on the gyrocopter. Wang Yu wants to, Sorry wants to come forward, and Pave gets a really nice bounce to cause some trouble. It's going to start burning through his regen very, very aggressively. Down in the bottom lane, Mamalode is going to have his hands full with that AA harass, and Dandy trying to come forward here. But I think the action we should see pretty early, I would expect to come out of that mid position.
Yeah, I with the Phantom Lancer here, I think that this will probably actually break down into a pretty mundane lane.
Fair.
Just the way that Phantom Lancer is, he's extremely defensive. He does have that doppelganger in order to get away whenever he's really in trouble. He also has the Spirit Lance in order to buy himself space.
Yep.
He should be able to get his farm into an Invoker, especially as he starts to get near 6. But Invoker is not really going to be shut down by him either. Up on the top lane, Slardar, unless he gets himself stunned out by the Witch Doctor, which is an unreliable stun, right? He should be pretty fine as well. And then down in the bottom, this is probably where we have the most impact in terms of the reliability of action. But I also don't necessarily know that there's any real opportunity to grab kills. Like, Lynx can be slowed down by the boar. Silencer is very vulnerable, but with a dual lane, it's difficult to dive into him.
Absolutely. Silencer should be pretty interesting. I'm interested to see how they play him in this particular game regarding the build, but it looks like they're going 1-2. So Glaze with the early pickup, like you said, far more functional with the changes to the spell patterns now. Going to come in here, dodges the armor reduction from Cal as he pulls the lane to his favor.
Yeah, well, in the mid lane, Phantom Lancer is actually taking a lot of damage. He's going to have to doppelganger away, but he should be fine.
And he will get that bottle out, regen up nice and fast. Invoker not bottling yet. Does he have one coming out to him?
No, Invoker doesn't run a bottle, especially with Exort. He's going to go straight into the Midas. And that does give Phantom Lancer an advantage because it's very difficult for UBC to guard both runes if their mid is not rotating. Right? So usually you do want to run a bottle running hero into Invoker if you can.
All right, so Sinclair taking some damage. T1E comes forward pretty aggressively. He's going to go ahead and jump away. And again, this is what we see in that mid last time around. Both players content to stay fairly low. T1E taking a lot of damage. He's going to be the first blood. Sinclair picks him off. T1E out of position and pays the price.
Yeah, this is an aggressive player, and if he sees an opportunity for blood, he's willing to take the risk. In that particular case, it didn't pan out, but it was right on the margin.
Comes forward. He gets hit with a good bounce and realizes it. Goes out the back door, turns back around because he wanted a last hit, does a nice stud, and now he'll walk away.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're moving out here from the early game, and something to keep in mind is how fast does that Invoker's Midas come out, because that will impact his levels up. Level 9 and level 11, very important for an Exort Invoker because it has impacts on the Forged Spirits, but also because that level 9 now has that new bubble.
So Invoker's actually going to go top and get the rune for control purposes just to keep it out of the hands of the PL, and on the bottom, Cal will do the same thing. So they are going to, even though not building a bottle, control the runes to keep them out of the hands of the PL.
Yeah, that's important for this matchup mid, to make sure that the PL keeps or is held back as much as possible. He is beating the Invoker on last hits, but he did die.
Especially when your team, in the form of UBC, doesn't have an inherent answer to the PL late game like a Sven.
Yeah, there really isn't anything there, and because all of their cores are ranged except Slardar, they don't have any ability to build Cleave. Now they can build a Maelstrom or a Mjolnir on one of these heroes, but it's not something
effective.
Right, it's not something that you normally want to build on either of these heroes, at least early, right?
All right, so we're going to look back towards the bottom where it's going a little back and forth. Let's check in on the last hits, 29 and 10 for that gyrocopter. Zingle really enjoying the top lane, uncontested at this particular moment. Does have to be careful. Meanwhile, on the bottom, it looked like they were trying to get something planned out here, and they're going to decide against it. Danny doing a really good job with the support of the Silencer to pull the lane fairly aggressively.
Zingle is starting to tear ahead in terms of the last hits, though. Compared to his opponent on the other side of the river, he's got 35 to 22. He's also got more denies, and he's chipping the tower. The Clinks will be high impact earlier in most cases, but you're really going to have to go out and get those kills early, and also secure an early Roche with all the negative armor. Otherwise, the pick is just not going to end up working out.
The big issue they're running into is this pull cap right here. It's really preventing the last hits from coming through. for UBC, that Clinks just isn't getting what he wants to get because he can't risk going that high up against the silencer.
Slardar's going to have to go all the way back to the fountain because he tanked a bit too much damage there in the jungle.
He's going to go back the old-fashioned way.
And that's perfectly fine. I think he bought out before he died, so it doesn't really make that big of a functional difference. But
the big problem for me right now is Zingle in the top lane. No one's bothering to fight him.
And we've seen this script before.
Yep. T1E is now going to head for the runes. Sinclair knows it. Sunstrike's going to come out. He got him. The pick off the play. The armor reduction was just right to make it happen. And it looks like the theory of the Phantom Lancer mid is not going to pay off at this year's Dreamhack.
Yeah, it's not working out so far. Now, granted, this is not something where a laning advantage should go to the Phantom Lancer, right? So he should be a little behind now. The issue is, will he be able to bounce back, especially if he goes for an aggressive style build, when he very well might.
The issue doesn't seem to be last hit management.
No.
The issue is getting picked off.
Right. It's damage control, right? Making sure that you're maintaining a lane presence in addition to getting your last hits. The Phantom Lancer can't chip down an Invoker because of that Quas regen, but what he can do is get chipped down.
So, and that is exactly what we are seeing happen right now. He goes right back in. T1E trying to get those last hits. Make a jump to the high ground. Wants to go on Sinclair and get a little revenge. Sinclair on the walk away. He can't dive. So he will back off, but he did get some chips on the Invoker, which is nice for him.
Oh, but look at this regen coming out. I mean, Invoker's already from half health, or from a quarter health up to half health, and he can just sit in lane and take that all day.
Rotation from Slardar comes in, gets a stun on T1E. He's got to be careful though, because out comes the rotation for Pave. Pave puts up the heel, wants to go. Sorry, in very deep. AA comes out to help, and that will be a kill. Slardar, a bit too cocky, goes too deep, but the Sunstrike just barely misses T1E.
You can't win them all, but a big portion of that is the Silencer did rotate in. Great rotation, also got himself 2 intelligence, and a journey of 1,000 intelligence starts with the first step.
Starts with the first step, and he came in, he got that. It's very nice. He's level 4 right now. Down the bottom lane, we're going to see a push on that tier 1 tower. TP into the top lane. Zingle taking some damage from Wan Yu. Sorry wants to really fight Zingle here, but they're just not getting a chance to do it. Meanwhile, on the bottom, this tower is, for all intents and purposes, done for.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, right? They're able to get out, get those early towers with Clinks. The Chen doesn't hurt either. The forward spirits are also going to apply pressure there. And they need to make sure that they're continuing to apply that pressure onto every tier 1 so that they can get that early roche we've been talking about.
Sorry watches the top tier 1 goes down to Zingle, so it's a 1-for-1 tower trade from both teams. Now we go back to the mid where T1E has not budged. He's sitting here doing his best to stay relevant and get caught back up. He is doing fairly well in the last hits at 36 and 5. Tries to move again on Sinclair. He should just go ahead and focus on that farm. But prop soul rotation, T1E is walking away, and he's going to run right into KCY. KCY was a little shocked, didn't have time to react, does now get the net up from the summoner. T1E moves back around, wants to go on KCY, decides it's not worth the trouble, but look at that. We got some hidden smoke. They came in for the rescue, but it wasn't needed.
Yeah, a really sloppy engagement from both teams, but, you know, what did UBC get out of that? They just got wasted time, whereas Zingle got some free farm out of the distraction.
True.
It ends up going slightly the way of U of M, and really this game, remember, we were talking earlier, and I said it doesn't seem like there's going to be a ton of action in any lane. Barring a couple of oversteps from Phantom Lancer, we really haven't seen any head-to-head contests.
That's true. That is absolutely true. I thought it would be a little more aggressive until those last picks came out and show us that we're going to be looking at a good amount of farm. Now, problem, and I talk about this with you a lot about Gyrocopter, is he's about to come online in phase 1 Gyro, right? He's getting to that point where he gets very strong, his ultimate's online, his damage output is really good, generally from 12 to 16 minutes.
Phantom Lancer is not going for the aggressive build. He got Treads, he got Aquila, he's getting ready to push and create space. This is exactly what we saw him do with the Ember Spirit, and it worked so well earlier. They're going to open up 1,000,000 miles for Zingle to come in as a safety plan. Zingle also almost has his Helm of the Dominator, so those stacks are going to start rolling very soon.
And as we say, Zingle comes down the middle, wants to get involved with the push, decide he was done with the top lane for the time being, but he will be revealed by the creeps there. We see a rotation immediately by Cow towards the mid lane, going to go ahead and help out just in case things get out of control. Pave and AA head towards the bottom. I'm going to switch over to the net worth here and show Invoker doing very, very well at managing that, but Zingle, Flames, everybody right inside of the mix right now.
Keep in mind, that there's no real way for UBC to contest stacks of Ancients.
Right.
Gyrocopter can stack those very safely and not have to feel like he's in danger of losing them, which means that he can stack more for longer and not have to take them, maximizing his farm across the map.
Zingle came all the way to mid, figured out that he did not have a chance to push or gank, goes back to top. Meanwhile, mid tower goes down. T1E on the escape is able to use that doppelganger to jump away.
Yeah, Zingle is trying to get some farm in the jungle. Meanwhile, I really feel like the supports and the Beastmaster coming out of U of M have not really been big contributors to the pace of the game so far, because the way that the draft breaks down, they're not ready to engage yet.
Yeah.
The Tomb of Knowledge should help that Witch Doctor get up from where he is if they purchase it, and they did purchase it. He really needs to get level 6 on that. Witch Doctor, getting that paralyzing cast out in the jungle onto a few heroes would improve.
Meanwhile, as we look at the dome, Mamalo comes forward, walks into vision. He's got to be on the run, but the sentry range is still intact. He turns back around to come in. AA drops very low. You can hear him yelling, and they get the pick off. UBC, scouted by Sinclair. They saw him, but they could not stop them as the rest of UBC showed up out of the woods and made sure that they got the kill on the Silencer.
Great teleportation reactions coming out of UBC. Also, a slight overstep coming forward from that Silencer. He wanted that. He wanted to be within the 925 range for the silence steal.
Well, and you know, they thought that they had caught Sinclair with his pants down because of the Sentry Rune, but in reality, it worked out in Sinclair's favor. He wanted to hold him there for the rotation from his team, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and Mamalode is also going to be able to immediately get himself back up to health, just because he did have that death card come off cooldown right around that time. He's not even forced back to the fountain by this.
University of Michigan going to get together and start to push, but now we see a big rotation defend this tower. Coming out of UBC, Sorry in position to try and get an engagement. He's got that wind lace, so he'll be able to move in fairly quickly. No blink daggers just yet. Cal has the swap. They want to try to pull someone back into an isolated position, and it looks like U of M will see that and decide it's just not worth the engagement at this point in time. They'll head down towards that bottom lane. Danny going to pick up a rune. Oh, I guess I'll leave it behind.
U of M did not.
There we go.
They did not draft for very much early push. They didn't draft for that much early control either. And then with the Phantom Lancer going for a more combat-oriented build, they really want to take some fights away from towers if they can. Their overall tower presence is not going to be great.
Well, and they're playing it very safe. They're making sure that they try to get their farm priority. It's 3-1, but because of the way that Zingle's been working, it's not like it's over or that it's that massive lead at this point.
And also, bear in mind that as the game scales, U of M are going to get scarier and scarier. Every single hero there can be played as a core, except maybe the Witch Doctor.
If that clock hits 40 minutes and the PL gets his slots filled up, I just don't know how UBC stops them. And it seems like Michigan is very aware of that.
Right, so the way that you stop them is that you use that Clinks to catch the same hero out over and over and over again, not let one guy keep up with his team. And then there's a weak link in the chain. Every fight you can pick on that guy. It's the same thing we saw happen to Banana Slam Jam earlier today. The Slark was always nailed down.
All right, so the bottom tower will go down immediately. Go Power Rangers, TP to the top. They want to move on Sinclair. Call down will be off the mark. Sinclair will have the distance, but will he have the range? I don't think so. Nice throw up in the air. He's going to get up to buy a little bit of time, but it is not going to be enough. The Yule Scepter revealed and not paid off as they get a nice pick on Sinclair up in the top lane.
Now, U of M are going to trade off a tier 2 tower in the mid lane for this opportunity.
Fair enough. Is a tier 1 and a Sinclair worth a tier 2?
It's very difficult to call. It depends on how much U of M are able to force UBC. It's definitely not worth a tier 3. UBC are calling their bluff, and I really like this call.
Yeah. Well, they know the TPs all went to top, so they're going to say, let's push it, let's guard the rotation. We've got vision right here in the jungle, so we know when they're coming,
they're going to get this tier 3. It's already down to less than half health, and nobody's able to get there fast enough.
It was a great play by UBC to see that, read that, and make the play. And then look at this extraction. The rest of the team goes past Roche, but Mamalode goes in Viz and makes sure that they're protected coming out of the jungle.
They did not have a scan in order to utilize it, and that's probably the only reason they did not get that tier 3, because they weren't exactly sure how far their opponents had come. But any sort of fight that goes wrong in the mid lane with equilibrium out of their favor, that's going to be the end of U of M's tier 3 mid.
Absolutely, and I think we can 100% after that exchange agree that that trade was not worthwhile.
I do like that Zingle has been stacking through the chaos. He is trying to come in here and get some of that farm down. I am curious how much control they're going to be able to utilize on this southern chunk of the board. I'm not sure that this grouping strategy is really working for U of M because they're losing more ground than they're gaining.
U of M's going to come forward, start to lay into it. We see the Ripper come out, give him some tornado cover. Sorry, looks like he wants to get engaged. He has the Blink Dagger up now. It's off a cooldown in 3 seconds. It looks like he wants to try to use it. But we will see the Boars come through and make sure that that doesn't happen. Boars have been used very effectively to keep those Blink Daggers on cooldown.
Now they're doing a really good job of defending this tower as well. And meanwhile, their Clinks is out farming, right?
Yep.
So this is the reverse strategy that really U of M rely on creating space for one person while pushing or defending with chaos.
Absolutely.
Well,
here's the engagement. There's the blink. Comes out from Sorry. Starts off the fight. In comes. Uh-oh, this is bad. Sinclair's too far forward. The call down is there. A big swap by Cal, but it's too late. It puts him in a tough position. Buyback from the Invoker. He'll start to TP in right now. Cal very low, but he gets away. Woo! Damage. There's the rock from the return. T1E is barely going to dodge. Gets to the high ground. Will slip away, but here comes Sorry. Takes him down, and that's a 2-for-1 as they turn back, and UBC looks to capitalize on their momentum going forward.
U of M still won that fight. Remember, the Invoker bought back. Not only did he die, but he spent buyback just to trade even. A 2-for-2 overall. The net worth swing that's going to give U of M is not huge, but there's not a big lead going the way of UBC either. And bear in mind, UBC have a big tower advantage right now, so if they are close to even, it means they're really falling behind.
The key, though, I think, is slowing down that PL again. It's constantly coming to T1E, knowing that he wants to fight, knowing that he's looking to get to the late game, and slowing it down. And they did a great job of that. It was a risky buyback in a lot of ways, but it managed to recoup its gold.
Yeah, the Diffusal Blade is almost done for T1E, and that's probably the moment where you really start to see U of M get scary.
And that I think is a good for the pickoff. By the way, the Dire Courier was picked off. We missed that, so it is still a minute out. But a nice pick by UBC to make sure that happened.
So the Dragon Lance is done on Gyrocopter. Now the way that this actually ends up interacting is that he can sit farther back and still use his splash attack at the same 1000 range. So it doesn't give him that much more range in terms of overall AoE impact, but he can do it from a much safer area of the fight. He's also going to be able to knock down towers.
And I think that's really helpful, especially in that mid-range of the game when he sort of is still a glass cannon waiting to make the transition to the late. Well, now we're smoke rotation coming out, guys, as they head towards the top here. It looks like U of M wants to make an engagement. Mamelo's gonna walk by, they pop the dust, they knew he was there. They catch him, he's in trouble, he's got nowhere to go. He is gonna get the Chet, Hand of God, as he makes his escape. T1E wants to keep going. Mamelode managing to stay alive, but whoa, here comes Invoker. T1E says, thank you, but no thank you. We're going to get away.
A Diffusal Blade would have been a kill there. Not only would there have been more damage onto the Clinks, but in addition, he would have been able to slow the Clinks down with the Purge or purge the Cold Snap off of himself as a 6.87 change.
How do you know the dust?
I didn't catch the beginning of that fight. It could have been that they saw him. It could have been just game sense. Maybe, did they use a scan? No, their scan is still up. So
just a beautiful play, dusted at the right time. Mamelode gets revealed.
There are some camps knocked down up here, so maybe they noticed that someone had been farming and just cast it.
All right, that's it. We go back to the middle tower, which has been a source of contention in this match so far, as the guys from University of Michigan really want to take it down. The guys from UBC want to stand their ground and prove a point. Now they're looking for that deny. You're going to use the glyph to slow him down. Here comes the call down from Zingle. Not going to catch anyone, but going to buy the space to make sure they get the tower gold. In comes Sorry. Big blink stun. Gets the double. Dandy on the return. Sorry drops slow to Zingle. He's got the sprint to run away.
No!
It's not going to happen. Now it's Mamelode too far forward. They want to try to chase him down, and he'll draw them away. But meanwhile, worth noting that Silencer finished off the Slardar.
This Clinks is playing out of his mind there. He wrapped around the back of that fight, knocked down the Sentry Ward intended to kill him, got the Diffusal Blade Courier. It's going to be 3 minutes before that Diffusal Blade comes out with the Phantom Lancer. 2150 net worth on that Courier when it went down. And remember, we had said that's the moment that the Phantom Lancer really starts to get scary. If you can push that back even 1 minute, let alone 3, you fight your team in immense amount of space.
They have been working very hard to slow this PL down.
That's the second time they killed the Courier this game.
Mamelode's actively hunting him, and he is going to be called Hemet Nesingwary going forward because he has been able to kill every Courier he goes out looking for.
Now, the plus side of that is Zingle has a Dragon Lance, he has a Helm of the Dominator, he almost has a Blacking Bar as well. This is a very difficult to kill Gyrocopter. He's much tankier than a normal Gyrocopter builds. The downside of that is that his damage is not as instant.
Which we saw in that last fight.
Right, but he should have a lot more sustain. The damage that should come out of the Silencer and the Phantom Lancer will more than make up for that differential.
We're going to go to that bottom lane where it looks like a fight might be breaking out. They got U of M. AA is caught out of position. Silencer going to go down. In comes Zingle, throws up the call down inside of the trees, but Vision's just too hard to come by. And U of M will lose a support as UBC gains a tier 2. And we talked about this earlier today, Gargan. The game of Dota has really seems like once you take the tier 2s, the gate is down to start working your way towards the win.
Yeah, it is the moat of Dota, right? If you can cross the moat, you can usually get through the gate. That's the big problem. Now, this is slightly different in this case because you have a Witch Doctor high ground, you've got Call Down on high ground, and also they're about to get a huge surge of net worth for U of M. The overall net worth advantage right now, in terms of actualizable net worth, is closer to about 6,000 because that courier death.
Right.
But as soon, the second that the courier respawns, then you're suddenly looking at a 3,000 net worth swing instantly in favor of U of M. So UBC definitely need to utilize this time to the maximum efficacy.
UBC doing a good job here. Quick game pause from Invoker for packet loss. The score is 5-5, but it doesn't feel like it's an even game.
Well, it just comes down to U of M don't have the power to push through this sort of game, and they will very soon.
And that's the key. UBC's got to keep the tempo up. They've got to keep the pressure going. Otherwise, U of M just becomes too strong.
They do, of course, now have the Aegis on the Invoker, who's also sitting on top of Blink and Cyclone. He's very able to get in and set things up. In addition, the Blink has been up on Slardar for a long time as well. The initiation potential for UBC is really strong.
Right.
The problem is that Silencer is going to be able to put the kibosh on that, as I know you love to say, with his ultimate. But that's where the Cyclone staff comes in, right? Even with the Global Silence, Invoker's able to make sure that he's able to cast in these fights.
And that is what UBC is going to be able to accomplish early on. It looks like we're ready to get this game back underway. Everybody good to go. U of M going to try to stop the push as that tier 2 did just go down recently. UBC trying to exercise the push, force U of M into a defensive position, and then rotate towards that top lane, where they love nothing more than to take away that jungle control. Yeah,
the BKB is going to be up on Klings here in not that long as well. So for U of M, the moment to find something and strike at it is here, and it's rapidly fading. They need to make sure that they can get out. They don't want their only fights to be defensive.
Well, and I like what UBC is doing right now. They've got one hero pushing the lane in the form of Mamalode, and the rest of the team cleared out the jungle, and now they'll cut the creeps. So they're making sure that they maximize their potential farm, but also are staying together to control any potential counter initiations coming out of Michigan.
So as we move forward in the game, watch for opportunities to take aggressive fights for U of M. They'll probably have to move out here, and they are actually going to smoke up and try to move in to their opponents as they move on to the tier 2.
All right, and it looks like that was University of Michigan using the scan.
Oh no, UBC just perfectly scanned out that smoke.
You know, I think they lied to me when they said they didn't know how to scan, because they've hit every single one today. They scan the smoke, they fade away to safely hide on the high lane. Mamalode, look at this, doing the wraparound. As per usual, comes up from behind, armor reduction comes out, Pave caught, rocked, dropped. Dandy in some trouble, that's 2 right out of the gate. Call down, BKB is revealed. Zingle wants to go in and fight everybody, but Mamalode with the disruptors doing a ton of damage. He goes down, Zingle goes down. AA, the man standing strong, trying to keep himself going. T1E has arrived, armor reduction, AA can't get away. He's gonna go, PL very low on the run, 2 for 5, baby, it's a team wipe. UBC stop in their way to try and make that game 2 before PL comes online, and that's how you do it. Pushing down the top lane, they should get the tier 2, maybe even force some buybacks or get themselves a tier 3.
Yeah, there is no buyback on the Phantom Lancer, but we're still early in the game and the respawn times are relatively
That's true,
low.
They're going to have to go through and deal with this issue here.
Yeah, there's probably not going to be a high ground siege out of this, but it should be a free tier 2, and it also was a pretty good use of the Aegis. Now, U of M are by no means out of this, but we're still seeing the ripple effects of that courier kill with the Refusal Blade.
They might not even get a tier 2. They decide to play very carefully. They don't want to give anything away off of the back of that, and they just allow the Forge Spheres to chip and then walk away from the tower.
That's honestly really difficult to justify, I think.
I think so too. I think that there's a point where caution becomes too much.
Yeah, if you do get a team wipe and your team is mostly at full health, even if you don't have mana, it's worth trading a hero or two to make sure that you get that tower as well. Otherwise, the surge of gold that they just got is really not that substantial.
Absolutely. All right, so let's take a quick look at the gold chart so we can see it. It's about 7,000 for UPC's advantage, about 5,000 in terms of XP as UBC is playing very well, but Gorgon, are they still on a clock?
I feel like they will continue to be on a clock for the rest of the game, right?
Yeah.
Now, where that clock is set depends on how well they control the overall pace.
Agreed.
And how well they actually move into these objectives. If they manage to take out one side, that will help extend that clock a bit. But even against a gyrocopter, even taking out one or two sides is not going to be the end of the game.
Right.
Let alone a gyrocopter Phantom Lancer. Bear in mind, Silencer scales infinitely into the game with increasing amounts of pure damage. And UBC don't really have that much in way of tank. So as that damage output starts to increase, we're really going to be seeing some difficulty for UBC taking these fights.
All right, looks like University of Michigan's going to smoke and rotate, trying to find someone. And the guys from UBC fall back. Now, I don't know if that's because they're having some packet loss or if it's because they smelled out the rotation, but they're doing a very good job here of dodging it.
They are having, they're reporting 10% packet loss, which is a pretty substantial amount to be dealing with in the nuances of these team fights, especially if you're trying to lock down a Phantom Lancer.
Right, and so they're going to come forward. It looks like T1E is going to get stunned for just a second by the Centaur, and Chen will then call them out. T1E goes ahead and utilizes the push here. Meanwhile, the rest of his team spread out, getting as much farm as they can. Now, if you're UBC, you know you're on a clock. What is your play here? Do you need to just group up and try to slam down the tier 2?
Well, yeah, it's difficult because they did just win a fight, but they weren't able to convert to an objective, and they had an Aegis for that fight. As they continue to move forward, they may be worried that they're going to lose out an advantage from one big team fight loss, but they're never going to have more of an advantage than they have now. They're not going to outfarm a Gyrocopter Phantom Lancer, even though the Invoker does have boots of travel up now. It's just not enough.
I have a genuine worry that they get overcautious here in an effort not to throw, and in doing so, ultimately throw.
It's like they are trying not to climb too steep, but in doing so, they stall out.
Absolutely. All right, so Michigan comes forward, and immediately UBC falls back. This is an Icarus situation. They're close to the sun, but perhaps they're taking too long near it and are going to go down in a heap of flames. And it feels to me like University of Michigan is starting to feel that confidence. They're out farming more aggressively. They're willing to be alone right now, and it seems like UBC is trying to get their head around how do we react to this.
Yeah, Beastmaster is sitting on the Necro 3, and they also have a gem on the Silencer, so there are a lot of answers to Klings that were not there previously as well. The vision is there, and that'll make it difficult for UBC to really initiate with that carry. A lot of these fights, the Klings has been around, but around the periphery, and the initiation comes from the Slardar. U of M are going to have an advanced warning in the future because of all that True Sight.
And if he tries to wrap around with that amount of True Sight, it could end up being disastrous for UBC on a backside pickoff.
Now, as we move out as well, just keep in mind that the Ghost Scepter on the Silencer will eventually be able to move in and utilize that Stolen Intelligence as a nuke, right? He won't go for that right away, but if he does in the late game have to transition to a core, he does have that option.
True, very true, and it might have to at the rate of this game. And like I said, they get to go to core, which means they even lengthen their late game potential, whereas UBC's not really going to have that kind of option here. Chen has been fairly effective, but do you think that he's lived up to the necessity of his position in this game?
He moved out of the jungle right away, got those kills on the Phantom Lancer that we talked about him needing to move in on. He also has been able to push down onto the towers. He gave them that network lead that was then rolled up and multiplied by favorable combat.
Absolutely. All right, so up again, we got UBC trying once again to take that 2 tower. They do chip it down and manage to get it. T1E TP's in with single to defend. Meanwhile, big blink from Wang Yu. Sorry, comes out. They've got the rock, but it's not enough, and this is what you talked about. UBC having a hard time just putting the damage together. They move around the backside. They're going to catch single. Big play by the Witch Doctor. That's a full duration as it starts to light everyone up. Zingel's gonna go down. Beastmaster's gonna go down. Yes, they got the venge, but will it be enough? Witch Doctor's Sunstrike just barely misses. They do get a turnaround. They're gonna pick off Mamalode in a 2-for-2, but the fight's not quite over. Sorry and Key want to try to finish T1E. He goes into the bushes. He's gonna hide in the jungle. Can he get away is the question here. Sorry comes through, but he's gonna take a lot of damage. T1E gets caught, uses the doppelganger to try and get away, but the chase is on as he heads deeper into the jungle. Followed by Sorry, they're gonna catch him, goes for the TP. He is going to go down. That's 3 for 2. The buybacks, though, available on the PL and the gyrocopter.
I'm pretty sure that was a max damage, pure damage test of faith that killed him. If that had been a lesser nuke, because it is a random chance nuke,
right,
he may have been able to trade for the Slardar there, which could have slowed down this push, especially since there are two buybacks available for U of M. Now, Slardar is not contributing to this push, but the threat that he might come in and just throw it out damage does make that high ground a little more difficult to defend.
RNGesus is a harsh overseer as they push into the high ground. They get a couple of chips up there. They don't actually force any buybacks, and they fall back.
We are looking at a 10,000 net worth advantage for UBC at only about 30 minutes into this game. That's substantial, and it's difficult to come back to that. However, if U of M have a draft that can handle that, which I think that they do, high ground defense is the name of the game. They might have to give up an Aegis to make that happen.
PL's farm really coming along. They've got that Diffusal Blade. They got the Manta-style recipe picked up before he went down. Yasha on hand. So we're going to have lots and lots of illusions, lots and lots of copies, lots and lots of mana burn. And that, I think, is going to be really a tough situation for UBC. If they don't finish this soon, that Manta's going to cause them so much trouble.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. As they move forward, just the carry potential from this guy. Now, granted, in Exhort Invoker, we saw all through 6.86, just the value of that Exhort Invoker. If he does eventually get the gold to go into that refresher, he could straight up team wipe an entire squad by himself if he positions himself well.
All right, they're going to come down the mid lane. UBC knows they're on the clock. They want to get a push. The scan was just used by University of Michigan. In comes the Tornado. It's going to catch Silencer, but that was really more of a test. See where everybody is. Zingle wants to come forward. He's got the call down available, but they decide maybe we sit at the high ground, let them do what they want to do, we'll just keep playing our game.
Yeah, the Vengeful Spirit has been really effective at shutting down the Witch Doctor here too. We haven't really seen the Witch Doctor make that much of an impact other than some sustained heal. And that comes down to the fact that they're good swaps, good stuns. The threat of those swaps and stuns, even by themselves, are enough to slow down the roll for U of M. Now, U of M should be able to sit the Witch Doctor far enough back in this tower to defend, but he doesn't want to use it too early because if their opponents aren't going to dive, then a far back death ward is not going to be enough to make anything happen.
Right. All right, so Sorry's going to walk backwards. They did chip the tower down. They almost got it. The Desolator on Mamalo putting in some serious work. Look at him pinging it out at 77 health. Sinclair's going to send the Forge Spirits in to try and finish it, but Zingle and everyone else on standby. In fact, it looked like they're going to go ahead and take one of the Forge Spirits for themselves. Here comes Tornado. Zingle's very far forward. Nice yell by Dandy. Comes out, moves on Sorry. Big play with the Witch Doctor. He goes out, pops the BKB. Gyro is down. Mamalo's got to make an escape right now. Running out of vision range, but he's finished off. That's 2 for 1. Now we see Key coming forward. T1E in the fight, mixing it up. Yule's used by the Invoker to try and get himself out. 1, 2, 3. UBC taking so much damage. TP away in desperation. 3 cores gone, and this is what Michigan was waiting for.
That's the blue and gold that we've come to know and love. Just patient until Zingle goes in, and his team had to back him up. He was too far forward, but he baited out a good fight.
He did bait out a good fight. It worked in his favor. The BKB from Mamalode almost got him out, and he would have loved to have returned, but T1E was not to be put off. Chased him to the bitter end and turned that fight, getting themselves some very important kills. They traded a Gyro and a Silencer for 3 cores. Yeah. That's a massive gold swing.
They did get this tower down to 38 health, though, so as they come up and try to chip again, it's going to be pretty easy to knock that down. Now, the question is, will they be able to push into the Aegis, or was that fight enough to give U of M the pressure to take fights outside of their own base?
So we're going to see a turnaround. They thought about fighting. They saw the scout coming out to check the Roche. In they go. UBC not really in shape to take this fight, though we've seen them do crazier things in the past. They're going to come forward, put some armor reduction out there and scout. and the guys from U of M seem to have learned from earlier games today and aren't willing to fight UBC in the pit.
Yeah, this is an interesting state of the game because U of M are still technically very far behind, but they have so much potential moving forward and they haven't even been raxed yet.
Yeah.
Into a gyrocopter, you can afford to lose a rax as U of M here. So it really comes down to, will U of M get overconfident from one team win and allow themselves to get wiped one more time? If they do, that's very likely going to be the end of the game.
Yep.
But if they only die in small skirmishes, only losing one or two at a time, or taking even trades, they can likely keep themselves in this game for another 30 minutes and maybe even take control.
The farm keeps mounting it to the point where now Invoker does still have the lead, but hot on his heels are both Gyro and the PL aggressively farming to gain themselves to that point where it's going to be almost impossible for UBC to stop them. I put the timer at about 42 minutes. It looks like they might even get there faster in terms of when UBC's push expires.
Yeah, the Roche still not taken from either team. It was starting to be chipped down here by Dyer, but they were unable to get in and make it very effective. They don't have any negative armor to speak of, and Roche gets pretty big.
UBC's in there. It looks like the guys from Michigan feel it out, but Roche goes down very fast. That Desolator's so strong from Clicks in tearing down Roche. The guys from Michigan wanted to rotate, they wanted to take the fight, but they did not expect it to go down that quickly. UBC now down on the bottom lane. Looks like they want to keep the push, the aggression going. And here we go with Michigan's going to fade away. They're doing exactly what you said. They're going to send 2 or 3 to slow them down, but not risk the entire team in a fight.
Yeah, so what I would expect UBC
big initiation here. Sorry jumps forward, gets the stun on Pave. Witch Doctor down, out, no buyback.
Yeah, that's terrible. That by itself probably won't lose this fight, but it's likely to make it difficult. I kind of expect UBC to send the Clinks off to get that top tower while the rest of the team is making noise down here.
So they're going to go to the high ground. That Witch Doctor's been instrumental in the last 3 team fights with his ultimate. Call down comes up, Sinclair takes it to the face, backs away, goes in biz and says, all right, we got a chip, we took half the tower. This is our strategy, a little bit at a time.
They're starting to ping out this top, and you are actually going to see the Clinks rotating around the top, like I said. U of M should be aware that this is a threat, but there's not a lot that they can do about it, to be honest. Even if their opponents, even if they know exactly what's going on, the Primal Roar is the only spell that they have to hold that Clinks in place, and it's just not enough. With 38 health on that tower and a Wind Walk away, or a Skeleton Walk away, what do you do?
T1E is so strong right now that they can't do anything to keep the lane pushing. So Clinks will go top, but he's not going to get much. He's actually just going to go ahead and farm the jungle because he can't really get in the lane and push.
What he's doing here in the jungle is just trying to maximize his time while he waits up here for the lane to end up getting pushed by his team again.
Which doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Yeah, it will probably happen as soon as U of M give up here. I don't expect U of M to push all the way to the tier 2, right? So once U of M starts to back off, hit Ancient, start to move in toward their own jungle, that's when we'll probably see U of M move back out here in about 90 seconds or so.
UBC
Never mind, the whole team seems to be rotating up top instead.
Sorry goes top, he's blinked into the trees, looking to hopefully get someone on a farm pattern. Not going to happen right now. Is look at the guys from University of Michigan. They go ahead and roll the smoke, rotate through the bottom, looking for something to happen. Here is the scan coming out of, there we go. That was a scan from University of Michigan looking for a gank or somebody farming. They don't find anyone. They'll head back to farming in the middle lane. UBC actually works out for them because if they had done what you thought they were, which they went to push that bottom lane, that's what Michigan expected. They popped the smoke looking to get the gank on the return.
They really probably should have just rotated that Clinks up right to start, right? Instead of trying to push up on that tier 3 into the bottom lane. The Clinks could have easily taken top and bottom because all of their opponents were stacked up to defend the bottom. And in addition, the Witch Doctor was down.
Absolutely. Heavy defense going on the side of Michigan right now. We got 5 from UBC pouring forward, looking to make something happen. All 3 of the tier 3s are well below 50%.
Yeah.
Here comes initiation. Tornado's going to come out. They're thinking about going in. Zingle eating every shot, as is his style. And the tower dog.
They probably could have stood to deny. You don't normally deny tier 3s, but at 38 health for that long with summonables, there's no way it stands once this push starts.
I 100% support that deny. The question is, are they going to be able to, does UBC want to keep pushing this Here they come from behind. There's the cry. Dandy taking some damage. Witch Doctor puts it out. BKB pop, but that's physical, baby. Already we lost the Beastmaster. Looks like everyone dropping low on the side of UBC. Cal taking the shots. Gyrocopter getting low. T1E goes down. Zingle goes down. The immediate buyback from the PL. UBC survives on fumes and runs like hell as University of Michigan forces the buyback from the PL. Money he was not happy to spend. A really great play by UBC, and part of it was Pave was just slightly out of range when he put his ultimate down.
Yeah, far more important than the money spent on that is the cooldown timer on that buyback.
Yeah.
Now UBC know beyond the shadow of a doubt. They could convict in court that PL, if he's out, he is out for the count. And that's going to be a Barracks attempt.
Echo Saber gets picked up on the Slardar, so they'll be using that for a very strong initiation going forward, because that's what they're really leaning on right now. UBC has built this second half of their strategy on a big Slardar stun initiation and the ability to pick off one hero.
Yeah, also bear in mind that Echo Saber is manipulatable with the pseudo-random distribution, right? You are going to be able to have that Slardar count out how many misses he has on a stun, and then increase the likelihood that he gets 2 stuns within 3 attacks. You get 2 free attacks with the Echo Saber, and then a 3rd free attack because the Echo Saber gives you that 0.6-second stall. So if it's played correctly, that Echo Saber should almost guarantee 2 stuns after your Slithering Crush and really just allow you to decimate one hero if he gets caught out.
UBC continues the onslaught on the top. Michigan gonna have to defend it. It seems like this is the lane we've chosen for battle time. Sari's gonna come forward, does get hit by the PL and just backs away. Little tornado out to make sure there's no follow-up initiation. UBC fades right back into the jungle. At this point, University of Michigan is holding, and I'm starting to worry that UBC is not being aggressive enough to pushing the high ground.
Yeah, I have similar concerns, but bear in mind every one of these engagements has narrowly increased UBC's gain, right? It's better than what we often see from semi-professional teams and other CSL teams where they go into these fights over and over again, they don't engage quite harshly enough, and they lose a little bit every time. At least they're gaining a little every time.
Absolutely. Let's look at the bottom lane where Invoker's going to be working that split push, sends the Forge Spirits forward. Same problem. University of Michigan has to bring everybody down just in case, make sure that their team's protected, and at the same time you go to the top where Vengeance and Chen are just going to keep the top lane pushed, using those creeps and keeping themselves safe.
Yeah, a lot of space is opening up for U of M here, but they can't really utilize it to farm or anything, which has got to be very frustrating. T1E is going to come out into the jungle and try to Manta in order to maximize those illusions to farm the jungle safely. There's a limit to how effective that can be.
Because he can't get caught. Right now, if he's caught out of position, if he goes down, that's a massive push for UBC, and he's got to play it very, very carefully.
Now, we're looking at an extremely tenuous house of cards for U of M. Any push could really lead to 3 racks dropping. It's no longer a case where, if we lose a fight, we'll lose a Barracks, but we've got a Gyro PL combo, and we can stand up to it. What you really end up looking at here is everything is chipped so low that it can just be decimated in a moment.
We got a smoke rotation. They're coming in. Zingle is very far forward. This is the kind of thing they want. There's the blink initiation. Zingle pops the BKB, but boom, down he goes very fast. He's down for 75 seconds or a buyback, and that means UBC is going to try to force it. And
They will have to buy back here. And actually, they had scanned out the Roche pit at the same time that engagement was happening. They did not expect at all UBC to be engaging on that
location. Not
location.
expect them to come down the middle lane. Up they go. They're going to push to the high ground, start to chip down those racks as they start to burn. T1E is going to come in for defense, puts out his illusions, but it's just not strong enough right now to stop the push. T1E gets stunned by the boulder throw. Now they want to try to fight in. Sari makes his jump. BKB is popped on Dandy. Zingle buys back, wants to come into this fight. Mamelo's BKB is running. He's in very deep, goes on Zingle. Zingle goes down. Now they turn back around. Mamelo on the escape. T1E there. Big play by Sinclair to lock the supports out of the fight. TP away by the silencer. T1E still putting in some serious work though. He's the issue in this game that they have to deal with. EMP will force him backwards. They want to get the racks. They pick it off. They get 2, and they'll back away.
No, they're going to keep going. There's no reason not got to, right? You need to force that PL to get out of position because he doesn't have buyback.
They get themselves the silencer. Pave gonna go for the escape, moves to the top. No buyback on the gyro. The T1E's got to be very, very careful. That's another Rax.
They're gonna rotate
Make
bottom.
It 4. Now go for bottom. Hand to God gets them all back to health. And now they move right to where they want to be. UBC bided their time. The pickup on Zingle was massive. Big blink by Sorry. T1E in some trouble. Doppelganger for the save. Will it be enough? He's going to try to make the run. Sunstrike comes out, catches AA. Sinclair stunned, going to go down. We do lose. Gyrocopter still has not had a chance to come back. Sinclair dodging, juking, finally dropped. Slardar's dropped, but all the racks have gone down. Slardar and Invoker gave their life to make sure the space was there to get the racks.
And look over at the U of M boys right now. They look surprisingly calm considering this just became a Herculean feat to try and get back in this game. Against Megas, even with their draft from this deficit, even if you erased the deficit and said, all right, all bets are off, 0-0, everything just comes out even, I'm not sure that U of M would have any potential to come back in this game in any serious way.
When you get those 3 sets of racks, unless you've got the heroes with the cleave potential to stop those creeps from coming in, it's almost an impossible win. Yes, they've got the gyrocopter, they've got some fun Manta stuff, but they don't really have the creep removal they're going to require to manage all 3 lanes, and we've seen that time and time again, where it puts you in the tough spot. Plus, on top of that, U of M still has to go through the tier 2s before they could claim a win for themselves.
They are going to go ahead and try to sacrifice the Ziggurats in their own base so that they can do a 1GG push. So Scotty is out on the Phantom Lancer. They don't have very much time though, just because the waves are going to push in very quickly, and those Ziggurats don't stand up to Mega Creeps very long.
So that said, it looks like U of M gathers back up in a group of 4. Orange drawing lines, saying we're coming down the mid, and that's what, are they going to, or are they going to hard defend is the ultimate question for University of Michigan. Sinclair back up in 3. I'm sorry, Sinclair already up. We're going to have him return to the fight, and they're just going to close it out, right? They're just going to come right down the middle, say we don't mind, we've still got the buybacks. Let's just take this.
I mean, they could probably hold out in their base indefinitely, right? With the Gyrocopter PL combo, they aren't really under a lot of pressure in terms of like, oh, the base is going to collapse on its own. The problem is they can't get out to push, and any action from UBC makes it untenable. They can either defend against the creeps or UBC, but not both.
Well, now UBC goes against an Aegis, they get a chance to move to the high ground. The damage from Mama Load has been absolute, so even if UBC gets stopped in one side of the base, Mama Load will be taking towers on the other.
This almost seems like a bad manners Aegis. Like, you're not going to call GG, we'll drag it out, we'll go get cheese from the store, we're going to have a party, and you're not invited.
You're not invited, you get to stay at base and deal with the creeps. That said, they're doing a decent job at keeping the creeps pushed out. The problem is, here comes UBC, the cavalry headed towards the bottom lane. Meanwhile, who goes to the top? Mama Load on the backside.
Now, this is going to be a last stand, the Alamo moment, fitting since we are here in Texas.
Can they defend the high ground is going to be the question. University of Michigan was favored over UBC, but UBC saying they're not to be trifled with. Tornado to the high ground. They want to make a move on Sinclair. Sorry's going to get caught. Dandy now has some trouble on the turnaround. He goes down. Ultimate comes out from the Witch Doctor doing some good damage. Will it be enough? Nice rock, hand to God, buy some space. We lost 2. Sorry in some trouble, but T1E in very, very deep. He's got to run to try and get away. The stun is there. He goes down. No buyback. This is it for our God. UBC advances. The GG comes out from University of Michigan. And the boys from UBC that folks said couldn't even make it to the grand finals take game 1 in this best of 3.
Now you can hear some of UBC's fans coming out from the sidelines cheering there. I heard a couple of oh no's when the game thought it seemed like it was going to switch around, but UBC played that very tactically.
Stuck with it.
They stuck with it. They played graciously in the face of a couple of swings that could have been bad. But it really, I think it all comes down to that whole game was them not screwing up after taking advantage from that one courier kill.
Absolutely.
Stopping the diffusal blade totally threw off the momentum and timing for the Phantom Lancer, and there was just nothing that U of M could do without a big turn.
Yeah, UBC Esports stuck to their guns, played dynamite, in their style and restricted University of Michigan from utilizing that late game and utilizing the style of play they wanted to bring. Phenomenal performance from the guys from University of British Columbia, paving the way to a potential grand final win. Guys, it's a best of 3. My name's Tommies. This is Gorgon. You're watching the Collegiate Starleague live from Dreamhack Austin, and it may just be one game away from wrapping up if UBC plays the way they did in the last match.
You know, let's hope UBM comes in with the strategy they're more comfortable with, not doing the Phantom Lancer mid, going into something that really fits their style of mid-game aggression rather than something that fits more of a floating into the late game with an advantage sort of game, you know?
But don't go anywhere. We're going to see if the University of Michigan, if the guys from there can turn it around, come back, and force us into a Game 3, which I think UBC is going to have something to say about. Go nowhere, come back, see Starleague Dreamhack Austin. We'll see you soon. Gorgon the Wonder Cow, and this is Dreamhack Austin and the Grand Finals, Game 2 of University of British Columbia versus University of Michigan, brought to you by the good people at ASUS Republic of Gamers, as well as Brain Gear, the world's first brain performance formula. You have to try it to believe it. Go check them out at www.braingear.gg. Now let's talk about what we just saw, Gorgon. This was a game that you said Michigan is gonna take.
Yeah.
Some of us disagreed and said UBC has the tenacity to pull it out. And I'm not gonna say who was right, except that it was me.
You know, I think if you run that same game, same draft 100 times, University of Michigan wins 60 of them.
I agree.
You know, it's a very close margin, but it really got put over the edge by the excellent Clinks play coming out.
Yeah.
And there was really no way around it with the early game. University of Michigan were being forced to play more careful than they're used to and than they like to play.
Yeah.
And they didn't really adapt to that very well. They ended up losing the courier twice, including an entire diffusal blade, basically. You can't come back from that if your opponents aren't applying the pressure with a Chen, with a Clinks, with all negative armor. They can move into the Roche pit anytime.
That was absolutely brutal to lose that diffusal blade at such a crucial time in the game. And honestly, if you think about the way that game went, really, Michigan was maybe 5 minutes away from gaining a maximum power and being able to push back against UBC, and you could credit that victory to those two pickoffs of the Courier.
Yeah, especially that second one. And then, of course, there were other great plays all the way around. The Slaughter had amazing initiations.
Yeah.
The Vengeance good swaps on the Witch Doctor to make sure that that ultimate was not very impactful through the early and mid game. There were a lot of great plays, but most of those those plays are what you would consider standard, like in baseball, right? If they didn't make those plays, you might consider it an error. And they just, UBC had a couple of really shining plays followed by just almost an hour of no error baseball.
Absolutely. And that said, guys, we're not going to waste any time. We want to get this going. The players are amped to get this going.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's jump right into the draft. Now, when we talk about drafting with this U of M versus UBC system at the moment, what do you think you need to see to really take Michigan into the winning position?
Comfort picks. They need to pick the heroes they know. Comfort strategy. They need to window at the times that they're familiar with. And they need to make sure that T1E has a hero that he's able to rotate and create space with, rather than a hero that has to be forced into a certain role, like the Phantom Lancer. Without the boots of travel, going into a combat-oriented build, he really does not have the mobility in order to create the space for single that University of Michigan normally likes to run.
And we talked about T1E when we went into the last draft, and what did we say about his style as mid? We said he likes frenetic mids who play aggressively and make impacts early.
Right on the nose.
Was PL one of those?
You know, it could have been if that defusal had come out earlier, but not only did he die twice being overly aggressive, which really got him off to a bad start, but then the defusal got picked off on the courier. If any of that changed, say he only died once and that defusal had come out a minute and a half earlier, that would have made, or maybe even like 35 seconds earlier, the courier wouldn't have got him picked off. He would have had that for that big fight, and we probably would have seen that swing that we were expecting in U of M's favor.
Absolutely, and keeping in mind, T1E's typical style is Ember Spirit, Storm Spirit, Puck, and we didn't see any of that mobility. That's my big issue with their pick, is he likes escapes, he likes entry and exit in fights, and he could not do that with the PL. Yes, he had some great doppelganger dodges, but it was not enough to carry the game. Now we see an Alchemist Lich banned by UBC. I think UBC's policy across the board is just never let Alchemists through. On the opposite side, U of M gets rid of the Beastmaster. They did not like UBC having that vision, and they get rid of the bounty because what do you... Just keep invisible heroes away from us at this point.
I'm honestly surprised that the Invoker ban didn't come out. Now granted, he wasn't the most important aspect of that win earlier, or really earlier today either, but he was a major aspect. He was the one who shut T1E down.
I would in a way argue that, yeah, he did. T1E and Zingle, yes, Invoker never got the kills, but every single time Zingle was caught out, it was on the back of an Invoker initiation off the Tornado and the Yules.
There's a Slardar jumped in a couple times as well.
That's true.
You know, and the Klinks was doing a lot of scouting and making sure that everything was working. But what your point is taking, it is a very valuable hero to UBC. And remember, way back at the beginning of the day, before even the first game of our first series, I talked to UBC and I said, what did you do to warm up today for your first series? They all looked at their Invoker play and said, I played Invoker.
And he has been allowed to have it in pretty much every game so far today. So it's definitely working out in their favor. Abaddon and Lion picked up by U of M. So U of M sticking with that sort of survivability play.
We already saw this once today with the Abaddon pick or the Abaddon pick, moving with a Lion into a highly aggressive healing strategy. We'll see if they want to move into that again this time, or if they're going to be a little more laid back and try to shoot for the mid game. The Nature's Prophet might make a highly aggressive strategy dangerous here, as there is a lot of split push and reinitiation potential.
This is the kind of thing I expect out of UBC. So UBC now has a game in hand. They like to change things up. Invoker,
change everything except Invoker up.
Well, you know that Invoker, they run a split build Invoker, right? They've got those Forge Spirits. Now they're going to get Nature's Prophet for the split. This is something that they didn't do last time. They were team fighting and taking the aggression to Michigan. I think, and it wouldn't surprise me to see UBC draft around Michigan at this game and make them chase them.
Yeah, we already see T1E's Ember Spirit being banned out. Both T1E and Single play Alchemist, but we already heard that UBC wouldn't let Alchemist through regardless of who was playing. They think that it's too strong.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Storm Spirit ban here as well, simply because one of the biggest risks to me of running Nature's Prophet against a player like T1E is if he has a pick-off hero.
Yeah, and the Bounty Hunter already banned out by U of M. They almost shot themselves in the foot on that one. Bounty Hunter's good against too aggressive. A Bounty Hunter can provide the vision and also the stun to keep a Nature's Prophet around long enough for allies to come in and get those kills.
So a massive respect ban coming out in the form of the Klinks, banned out from the Mamalode respect right there. University of Michigan then bans out the Juggernaut because they know that split
around long enough for allies to come in and get those kills.
So a massive respect ban coming out in the form of the Klinks, banned out from the Mama Load. Respect right there. University of Michigan then bans out the Juggernaut because they know that split push could be an issue. Juggernaut, one of those heroes, if he decides to go Battle Fury farm split, he can be a massive problem in this game. Speaking of cleave, Sven gets picked up by University of Michigan. What a great way to stop that Nature's Prophet push.
Yeah, not only is that going to be really great in terms of stopping the Nature's Prophet push, but Sven gets going pretty fast. He gets into the game effectively with 2 items. We're probably going to see him go in for some mana pools up, and they are going to get the Winter Wyvern as well. So this is a very sustained damage sort of draft. They don't have amazing amounts of burst, just the Lion really, but they're able to counter-initiate with the Wyvern. They're able to initiate with a Blinken from the Sven eventually, and they're able to push down towers relatively slowly but effectively.
Here's my fear, Gorgon.
Yeah. Hit me with
I want to see Michigan win this. I love game 3s. The problem I have is Michigan, when we've seen them perform well, they play their heroes, they play frenetic pacing, and they play with only can be a YOLO style. They're very aggressive. Both of their drafts in this final so far have been defensive in a lot of ways. They're drafting heroes that are more traditional, that can keep each other alive instead of just aggressively take out their opponents. And so far, that has not worked for them.
Yeah. The Drow Ranger here is a niche, but in retrospect, obvious pick, right? You have Nature's Prophet, Vengeful Spirit, Invoker, all right-click, all high right-click heroes.
So much aura.
Yeah, bounced up on by the marksmanship, and now with the Drow Ranger and Vengeful Spirit, the push here is just phenomenal.
Dare we see a Tinker in their last position?
You know, Tinker is not as much of an issue here because his attack speed is very slow. And also, you probably already have the mid out, right? So for Nature's Prophet off lane, Drow Ranger as your farming carry, Invoker in your mid, you're looking for support to be coming out here for UBC. Probably a range support if they can help it.
And it wouldn't surprise me, UBC does love running Enchantress in that 4th position. It's something where they can put Venge into the hard 5 and allow KCY to work in the jungle. We saw him Chen last time around relatively effectively. I think that Enchantress here is very, very likely as it supports their push and gives them that range hero. As we know, KCY played it earlier today.
Yeah, we could also be looking at something more like a Witch Doctor that would give them some more physical damage, would give them some stain. There is not any big silence, and there aren't a ton of long-range stuns available for U of M on something like that. So it could be good. The problem that I'm seeing is that there's just no frontliner. We saw that collapse the team earlier today. So we might also see some strength support come out that's able to rotate, maybe something like a Spirit Breaker.
I could see that. Oh, Spirit Breaker would be really nice here. So we wait for that last pickup here. UBC really thinking it out, and one of the things they have to consider is what is Michigan going to run middle? They know T1E is a problem, and they want to draft something that could be an answer. Maybe you see something like a Silencer picked up here to run in a support position, if only to make sure that the Ember and the Storm Spirit aren't necessarily as good of options for University of Michigan.
Yeah, so as we're moving out there and we're looking at potential picks for U of M, Sven is a frontliner and so is Abaddon, Abaddon, as everybody else except me in the world says, right? As we're looking at potential mid laners, you can really get away with something like a Storm Spirit, who did just receive a buff in the sub patch that came out between U of M's last series and this series. We know T1E likes to play that, and it is not banned out. Other heroes that you might see, it's going to be a Doom actually.
So it does a couple of things here. It gives them some tankiness. It allows them to sort of restrict the potential pickup from T1E of that Ember or that Storm Spirit or even that Puck, and really relegate him into playing a non-high octane hero.
They already banned out the Templar Assassin.
Right.
That really clues us into the fact that this Doom is set there to really shut down T1E. A lot of the heroes that he likes to play that are remaining in the pool are hard countered out by that Doom.
So the question for University of Michigan right now is what is left on T1E's list that can play into this lineup?
Well, you know, he's a diverse player. Just because he has certain proclivities doesn't mean he does not have other options. He could go into a Death Prophet and get some more sustained push. He could go into a Dragonite, get that sustained push, and Dragonite has that 35% damage reduction from the Breathe Fire that would really hit UBC very hard in fights.
Keep in mind, he did play Ember into Doom earlier today and seems totally comfortable with taking the risks.
Well, Ember,
I'm sorry.
Ember was banned out in the second phase, but I like where your mind's at. Now, in terms of having that Dragonite potential, it would give them that frontliner as well, and Doom would not be an issue for them.
That makes sense. All right, so they're taking it out. They're waiting for that last pick. This, to me, seems like it could be the game changer. They make the right choice here. They take the win and push us to 3. They pick something that UBC is ready for, and it could be a very long-term problem.
I get a little concerned with this Doom pick because a Doom in a 4-spot role, as he'll be run here, really means that your lanes are typically going to be weaker.
Right.
And into U of M, who have very strong laning presence usually and very good rotations, that could be an issue. It's going to be the puck. He's feeling bold. That is one of the heroes that we had mentioned him possibly picking up. But into the Doom, that is...
You want to see them pick comfort heroes because that's what they play best.
That's true.
You know what? T1E is great at dodging. He's great at prolonging fights. He's great at initiation. Potentially, if he jumps in and is able to use his shift effectively and slow down Doom's ability to counter-initiate, I could see it working. But it is going to be a very tall order and require T1E to play at the absolute best that he has in this tournament.
Yeah, he is going to have to come in and really hold his team up through the mid-game until that Sven has those 2 items. Now, Sven does get going faster than typical other carries.
Right.
But when you have this much mid-game coming out of UBC, Doom, Drow Ranger, Vengeful, Nature's Prophet, Invoker, they all window at around the same time. Around that 9 to 12 level mark, which is somewhere around that 14-minute mark. Yeah, U of M have to get their foot in the door before then and really start to aggress. Otherwise, they might regress out of this tournament.
Absolutely. The time has come, boys and girls. It is time for this Collegiate Starleague Dreamhack Austin Grand Final Game 2. University of British Columbia wants to lock this one in and secure the ultimate victory this season. University of Michigan looking to spoil and take us to Game 3. Let's do some quick introductions as immediately a smoke is popped. For the Dire side, UBC, we're going to have Sinclair on the Invoker, Mamalode on the Drow Ranger, Sari on the Nature's Prophet, KCY on the Doom, and Cal playing hard 5, but we're going to hold out because there might be something crazy going down here on the bottom.
Wow, the puck gets revealed and the whole ploy is not going to work anymore.
The whole ploy is broken, puck ducks in, Dandy gets found by the rotation of the Treant, and everything falls apart, so why not introduce us to Michigan?
All right, on Michigan, all grouped up and under smoke with the cheeky plays. It is going to be AA chilling out on the Winter Wyvern. It's going to be Zingle throwing down the hammer on Sven. Pave is giving us the finger on his line. T1E taking that signature puck, and Dandy is back from the dead on that at Batten.
What a play to have the Venge just hide here behind the tree just in case. Pops the smoke. What a fortunate series of events for UBC.
Yeah.
Had Michigan got them, that would have been a massive start here.
Well, you see what they were trying to do. They were trying to in-smoke, get into the Roche pit so that their opponents had no clue. Well, the puck just right skirting the edge of that line.
So
and they had gotten in. That's a very strong level 1 fight for them. Remember, UBC are very aura-oriented, which means early in the game they don't have that much to contribute for these level 1 fights.
Absolutely. So we'll keep an eye on these lanes as they start to form out. Sinclair going to go head-to-head with T1E in what is going to be a battle for the ages in the mid position. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Sari is going to have a very tall order as the solo off lane. Up on top, Cow and Dandy going head-to-head for some Aphotic Shield fun, as Key will farm the jungle and try to help in lane whenever he can.
Yeah, Dandy is going to have to be a little careful up here because the Aphotic Shield will get you out of a lot of trouble, but it won't get you out of some chain stuns, right? So if a teleport comes from the Nature's Prophet, you see the stun and the immediate sprout in, that's trouble. He won't have to worry about that until level 3, but he doesn't want to get too aggressive early and get in the habit of being out of place.
I'm not sure Cheesehead's ready for a Nature's Prophet game, but we are going to put him through the ringer because I expect this Nature's Prophet to go all over the place in this match. Look for some very fast rotations. He's got the treants up, he's got the teleport, and we're going to see him use it as soon as that sprout's up and running.
Now, they are going to be relatively in control of this lane. Both teams actually opting to run traditional tri-lanes here. We haven't seen that yet so far in the finals.
That's true. 2-1-2 has been very popular. Oh! Zingle gets the first blood. Sorry, was just too far forward. And the problem with this lane is they have so many slows, so many stuns, he could not get away. And that is a big first kill for University of Michigan.
Now, running a core that has a hard stun like a Sven or Chaos Knight does really gives a lot more kill potential potential, especially in a tri-lane. Into the Nature's Prophet, there's no traditional escape for him. He can sprout himself in, but Sven's going to have a Quelling Blade, and one of the reasons that Sven needs that Quelling Blade is because the cleave mechanic, he actually doesn't have one, but he does have Tingos. So I'm gonna put that little point in my pocket. We'll see if he grabs one of those later. It's very uncommon to see a Sven after a kill not grab that early Quelling
Put that
Blade.
point in your pocket and pull it out later if he buys one.
Yeah.
Sinclair and Doom, meanwhile, in the mid position, harassing T1E, who's definitely taking some serious damage.
There he goes. He just bought it after the kill.
He was really waiting for you to stick your foot in your mouth.
Right.
Now he's backing you up, and
So
I respect that.
back to the point on that. The Quelling Blade damage. Oh, never mind in the mid.
Sinclair in some trouble. The jump from puck, rotation from the Wyvern. Wyvern's got to back away because he's low. T1E wants to finish the job. Whoa, just barely survives, and T1E ends up being the casualty.
This is the second game in a row we've seen T1E wanting to get kills, but really feeding himself in an unacceptable way.
The power of the Fairy Fire was just too much.
Yeah. And also using that illusory orb in an offensive way puts him in a lot of risk as a puck.
Absolutely. I don't think he expected Wyvern to take quite as much damage as he did. Wyvern had to back off. Now the TP back out from puck, and T1E may try to utilize the fact that Sinclair is low at the moment to make something happen. Sinclair will play safely. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Pave and Sorry going to war over farming this extra camp.
Alright, so they are going to try to engage onto Sorry down here, but they don't really have the damage potential without the Wyvern here.
Right. And that is the key. Wyvern had to have to rotate away. We do see the Courier come out with the Wraithband recipe. He's going to fly straight up towards that top lane to hand it off. Dandy and the Aphotic Shield going to be doing a good job of farming and trying to stack at the same time.
Yeah, the boys in blue here, the blue and maize, are trying to get an early kill advantage into the safe lane to give Zingle the space that he needs in order to move. Yeah, they're going to wrap around undercover smoke.
And Pave to a nice little smoke wrap. Sorry, smells it out, and again, for the second time, smoke gets broken from the low ground and puts them just slightly out of position.
Yeah, they actually could have utilized this new stairway back here to go up the high ground in a guaranteed way that won't break. I'm not sure if it just kind of blanked their minds that that avenue was there, or if they're being too impatient.
It's a very small stairwell.
Yeah. Well, you know, size doesn't always matter. It's not the size of the stairwell, it's how you use it.
It's how you use it. And in this case, not used very well. Let's look at the last hits. 26 and 11 on the Drow, 23 and 5 on Zingle. So our carries very close, our mids very close. This game is definitely fully in play. 1-for-1. Michigan and UBC both came to take this one home, and that is abundantly clear.
Cal and Gacy Wise smoked up, and they're waiting by this off-lane hard camp, expecting that the Abaddon is going to move down and try to kill it. But he really doesn't have the potential to farm like that. He didn't go into a ring of protection. He didn't go into a Quelling Blade. So he's just going to try to pull and send. This is a wasted smoke.
And he'll see them now because he's got that high ground vision.
Yeah.
So they're waiting. He knows, he should know they're there, and now he's going to say, all right, well, I'll just farm this camp.
Now, he should be careful. He should probably have called them missing in case they rotate mid, and he doesn't expect them to be coming up on it.
He's caught from behind. The silence comes out. In comes everybody. TPs for days. They get the pick off. Winter Wyvern came in to help. He's got to back off. They'll put some damage on the tower, but Sorry takes a ton of return. And he is going to just barely get away.
Yeah, that was a great rotation. And the smoke was wasted there in the sense that they didn't need it to make that happen. But they definitely optimized the situation.
And you know what? They did a good job of knowing, okay, he's not coming down here. He's got to be in one other location. Go push him towards us, Drow, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, and they knew that he was there because he did manage to pull the creeps with that off-lane camp as well.
Right.
So they saw him being active. And the Nature's Prophet isn't getting anything out of his lane really anyway. So rotating up, as I mentioned earlier in the game, is the natural extension of that hero.
So beautiful play by the guys there from UBC, executing the way that we expected them to after the last match. Flip over to the network stack. And you're going to see that Drow and Sven are neck and neck, so are the mids. This game is as close at this point in a match as we've seen pretty much any game here this weekend.
Yeah, and UBC, they don't really have a burden of activity right now because they haven't hit that level where all their auras are going, where the right clicks are really tanking out. For U of M, they want to buy as much of that time as possible to get that Sven those 2 items that he needs in order to really be active.
All right, we're going to go to the pause from the Doom.
All right.
As looks like he needs a second to catch his breath after the chaos. that's been the back and forth in the early game.
My goodness, I've had my breath wiped out from my chest as well. It's been an exciting several series of games here at the CSL.
And you know, it's only 2-1, but this game has had a lot of back and forth and a lot of attempts at taking life. So that's why it feels like it's been so aggressive at this stage. Sinclair saying he's suffering from packet loss again. Unfortunate byproduct. There are like 7 esports going on at the same time. And the internet may be getting a little bit of trouble to Sinclair in play here. Meanwhile, T1E comes forward. Phase shift, Dream Coil, doing a great job of fighting. He's got Pave on the backup. Cow is low. T1E wants to finish him. Can they do it? They do. A nice pickoff coming out of some really bold play by Puck. And Doom just not being level 6, unable to do anything to stop it.
Big rotations, and Sven being left alone in the bottom is not a big deal. They don't really have any kill potential because Zingle is up against the global hero, so he knows where that is.
God strength! Go on, sorry, God strength is popped. Stormhammer's there.
Oh no!
That tree was not meant to lock you in with the soldier. It was meant to get you out. Nice kill for Zingle, and a 1-for-1 that they will happily take.
I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. Yeah.
Absolutely the truth. He tried to get it off in time. It did not happen. T1E dealing with some cold snap issues in the mid, but nice defense from Pave to slide forward and steal a heck of a lot of mana.
Yeah, absolutely devastating loss here. You can't be giving Zingle that kind of space just because T1E he's not even necessarily losing this lane that heavily, right? Considering how many rotations have had to come in, and they did manage to get a kill just now. And he's keeping up in terms of last hit, and Puck will get active a little bit earlier than that Invoker because Invoker will be going for a Midas almost certainly.
Alright, so Puck looks like he has got the Veil of Discord recipe for himself. He's going to go ahead and get a little bit of farm as he rotates down towards the bottom lane. Sven at 3.9k. Zingle doing a great job of what we expect Zingle to do, which is just take as much freedom as you give him and farm it very aggressively. Mamalode on the Drow Ranger up on top, getting some free farm, but not nearly as much as Zingle's been able to get his hands on.
Yeah, if you look at the net worth instead of looking at the last hits, you're going to see that the gap between the Sven and the Drow Ranger is much higher because he's been involved in kills.
Uh-oh, Mamalode is in trouble. Puck comes in with the back, big Dream Coil, nice silence, very smart play from Mamalode to do the silence TP, but down on the bottom, they get a turnaround kill on Zingle as we saw Cal and KCY down there on the bottom making the dive.
It's a debacle for UM. That they wanted to kill him the Drow Ranger, but they committed the Dream Coil too early, and then they need to make sure that they're defending Zingle. When there are heroes off the map, Zingle is vulnerable. When there are not heroes off the map, Zingle is free.
Absolutely. So a nice kill for them, a massive kill actually on Zingle as it pulls it back, and meanwhile Mamalode escapes, and that differential in their farm gets just a little bit smaller. Tier 1 for Tier 1, it looks like, as both teams are TPing to the middle for a fight. They want to stop Sinclair. Sinclair's going to back away, and Cal is going to back him up. The Tier 1 goes down on the bottom, but the Tier 1 stands strong on the top.
It's really unfortunate for U of M that they didn't manage to kill Sinclair there. He did just get his Midas delivered, and killing him there would have prolonged that first usage out another 15-20 seconds, right? He did use the first usage at 9:45, which is a little late for an Invoker. He's not getting quite as early as he otherwise would have wanted, but he is maximizing it by going to the jungle and getting that experience boost.
And it was a strong play. Immediately, the second that Sinclair started to get in trouble, we saw Cal pop that TP as he pushed the bottom tower and come in very, very aggressively.
You can see that U of M are itching to get into that level 6, level 7 range. Already the Winter Wyvern picking up that Tome of Knowledge and getting ready. And they're going to smoke and rotate in, try to get some extra experience in gold by jumping onto UBC.
Puck goes ahead and gets the Dream Coil up to try and lock him there as the rotation comes in. He's going to fake an escape, hoping for a chase. Sinclair says no. We got to get out, but he's in trouble. AA from the low ground. Storm, pull, knocks him out of the air with the hammer, and they go ahead and get a very good kill on Sinclair that may allow them to put some push on the mid position. Nicely done. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Sorry will go ahead and just farm that push. I believe that was a Tier 1 for him. And they will, in fact, lean on that mid. So Tier 1's starting to really take the brunt of the aggression early in this game. But UBC getting what they want, 2 tier 1s down, and being able to start that split pushing process.
Now, for U of M, I think they're pretty happy with the way that engagement went,
for
right?
sure.
You know, but you do have to be careful because as these auras start to come into effect and the Nature's Prophet starts to go around the map, you can't be giving up too much space because eventually the only space that you can give up, you'll be forced to give up a Rax, you'll be forced to give up a tier 3.
Right.
You can't really be giving that out. Now, Sven is on top of the net worth. Overall, this is a very close game. But
he is on top, but then look at 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, the 2, 3, 4 are moderately ahead. The Sven and the Drow Ranger pretty close, and then of course the Nature's Prophet and Invoker decently far ahead of their contemporaries.
Zingo almost got himself in some trouble there. Cal did not have the swap ready. He hasn't built into it at 6 yet. Otherwise, Zingo would have been in some serious trouble. The stud comes out, the chase is on, the cold snaps are there, the Sunstrike will just barely miss. Zingo escapes by the skin of his teeth, and UBC gets caught from behind. A 3-man Dream Coil. All it does is buy space though, as they weren't ready to re-engage without Zingo having the help to do so. Tier 2 under some serious assault. Can they do this? They've got to be careful. Puck's going to come forward, close the orb, but it's not going to jump to it. And UBC, playing very smart and very careful Dota, backs away, happy with the chips they got at Tier 2.
If that had been slightly different, right? If Winter Wyvern had held on to the mana for his ultimate, that fight would have swung very heavily in the favor of U of M. And I think that's what they expected when they sent the puck in. They weren't quite aware that that ultimate was not available. Obviously, Zingo couldn't re-engage at that low, but there were a lot of other options for doing that AoE damage and forcing UBC to be punished for chasing out onto Zingo. Remember, this draft is really based around hiding Zingo out as bait and reeling him in slowly like a big old bass.
And that is, they almost got him, he managed to get away. They didn't take the tier 2, but when you talk about the value of knocking 2s down, the fact that at 12 minutes, they've got the mid-tier 2 down below 25%, that's a pretty big advantage for them.
Yeah, and it's all about the chip with this strategy. They have a ton of physical damage as well, so we need to see some AoE armor coming out somewhere here for U of M, so that as the late game goes on, UBC don't really have a good answer to that. They're all physical, they've got very little magical damage, and bolstering up the armor count is going to make so that U of M don't have to be nearly as afraid to go into these fights.
Real quick, where Zingle was caught by a rotation from UBC.
That's
the rest of his team's coming in smoked, but they're not going to have the zing to help. And immediately they say, maybe this isn't right for us. T1E pings them out, says they're going into the Roche pit, makes a move from behind, big Dream Coil, big orb, catches everyone from the back, but T1E goes down. Big doom there. Sorry turns back around. They're going to kill Keith. They're going to kill Sorry. That's 3 for 2. Mamalo, can he get out? He does.
All right. But that was what you were expecting before when Zingle had kind of been drafted in. The Winter's Curse there was huge. You cannot undersell the value of that hero when played well.
Absolutely. So a really nice escape. Unfortunately, the UBC did not expect that puck play so aggressive. He was the only hero that turned around and predicted their escape route and then took the engagement.
Yeah, his team didn't really seem comfortable moving in, but he does have that Veil of Discord. He feels confident in his damage output, especially with the finger being there. He only veiled the Invoker. That's the only target that he really cared about, and they managed to blow him up extremely effectively.
And a beautiful ultimate from the Winter Wyvern blocked not only the ability to get the kill on one, but also held Nature's Prophet there long enough they could finish him casually when they felt like doing so.
So Sven is going to go for this build that I like in the current patch, which is that Echo Saber Rush. It gives you the mana pool for an additional 2 hammers over your average pool, and then you also get the additional damage. Now Echo Saber is typically better on strength heroes than agility heroes, because strength heroes get damage from the Ogre Club, and then they also get the attack speed, whereas agility heroes usually you can get armor and damage by getting more agility, which over time will give you more attack speed than the 1 extra bonus anyway.
That makes sense. All right, let's take a quick look just for giggles at the gold graph. It's only 2,000. XP is only 5, meaning this game is still really opened up. Now, the problem that we have is University of Michigan, just like last game, has a very strong late, and UBC has to get their push clock running.
Now, UBC are less on that time than they were last time. This really could break down either way, but I do agree with you. The late game of Sven is something that you never want to underestimate. It's something you never want to risk having to go into. That God Strength will just tear apart individuals, especially with Cleave.
Now I do worry, obviously, if Nature's Prophet is allowed to go free, it could bring in that sort of rat position to slow down the Sven. It is something that they're going to have to worry about in the late game, but I just don't trust giving Zingle farm. He's got the Echo Saber up and running, which is going to cause a lot of trouble on that initiation.
Count his items. 1, 2. Right. This is the moment where Sven's able to get out and get active, and I would be very surprised if we don't see U of M going out and trying to find kills sometime in the next 90 to 180 seconds.
They need to. Right now, Mamalode is sitting on 1, but she is very close to Yashaing herself here, so they want to try to get that damage in before she gets her real DPS up and running. The Force Staff going to be really, really strong here. She turns it into, I believe, a Storm Pike, which we've seen be very effective on these heroes.
Drow Ranger especially, she not only has the Storm Pike for positioning, she has the slow aura, or not aura, but the attack modifier that comes out as well from the Frost arrows.
And now they're going to go ahead and split push the bottom. Sorry and Mamalode leading on it. Tower dropping down. Nice Sprout to buy some time. They're going to finish the tower. Mamalode will do so at the cost of Sorry, but that's an exchange they were willing to lose at this point to take that tier 2.
Now I mean, it's better than nothing for sure, but that's a swing that goes pretty heavily in favor.
Invoker tried to defend top and ended up going down. That is now not a positive play for them. If we go look at the bottom, looks like Pave came forward, Cow and Mamalode want to go on Pave. We're going to see a little bit of help from Dandy. Here comes KCY. Now it's a 2 for 2 as they look like they want to push down and keep the aggression going. A very strong rotation from UBC to make it less of a loss.
Zingle is still pushing onto this tier 2 tower. They're still ready to move in and get something out of it. They force a glyph, which means next time there's going to be an engagement, U of M can convert, even if they can't this time. But look at that damage, even without God Strength. Zingle is coming in with that Echo Saber and just decimating this tower.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Vengeful Spirit gets a pick off on the Abaddon as that bottom fight was still going on. We'll see the T-piece to the top. They want to make a chase happen. T1E and Zingle on the run. Sorry goes up, puts up a really nice Sprout to keep T1E from walking out. T1E into trouble. What a play from Sorry to make him change direction. That was a very strong choice to do that. And now UBC is going to stop that top push. Zingle's going to run for the hills, and UBC is executing the way that they want to. 2 tier 2s down, and the aggression, well, sorry, 1 tier 2 down and 1 very, very low.
Yeah, Puck is trying to rush out a Blink Dagger after the Veiled Discord. I'm not sure I'm in love with that choice. With the silence that does come out of the Drow Ranger and a potential Orchid pickup as an option for the Invoker if he decides to go for it, having a Cyclone Staff to get out of that silence would be much more important than actually having the mobility to get into these
Zingle finds Cow, nice swap to buy himself some space. KCY goes back around, Doom on Zingle, the whole team's here. Zingle is too far, not ready to mingle, gets locked down, and now they turn on Sinclair, who was picking a fight. They are going to do some damage to their own man, but now you're going to see AA on the run. The damage is real, the attack is too. He goes into his Glacier, it's going to buy a little bit of space, but will it buy enough? No, it will not. He goes down, it's a 2-man pick, and they're going to be able to finish off this tier 2 that they've been working on for a while now.
They need the creeps to come up, though. By the time those creeps are coming up, Zingle should be around.
But maybe not there in time.
Dream Coil's still there, too. They can force out some bot time.
Fair enough. All right, so they're going to buy a little bit of time. Creeps are now here. They make the Forward Spirits. They go and they lean in. Orb comes out. It is not going to get jumped to. That'll be the tier 2, and UCB very wisely fades away.
Yeah, UBC just about to pass that 5,000 gold net worth mark after that tower, and this split push strategy that we were talking about, absolutely effective.
They get all of them. Sorry was split pushing, got the creeps up and ready to go. The guys extracted themselves from the middle, finished off the top, and now very happy to be 20 minutes in and have all of the non-high ground towers down.
Well, there is a rub to that, right? They no longer have any piggy banks that they can easily crack to get net worth. So they're not able to take a kill advantage at this point because remember, we're still looking at 9 to 10 here.
True.
They won't be able to farm even with the whole map. They probably won't be able to farm faster than Zingle with the cleave damage. So if they're not able to actually get out and start getting kills, they're going to start to even off. They won't be able to get very much more net worth advantage, at least not very quickly.
So Michigan went ahead and just scanned the Roche pit to see if they were in there doing the Roche. And that said, yes, no piggy banks to crack, but I will point out the piggy banks that just went down gave the Drow Ranger her Hurricane Pike, and she will be utilizing that in the next fight, and I think it could be a huge problem.
It looks like she's going to go into a Shadow Blade next as well, which the positioning advantage that gives her is pretty tremendous, but it doesn't give her a ton of high ground assault. They're really relying on the summonables in order to crack the high ground. That's an unreliable strategy into Cleave plus Winter River.
Absolutely. So they do have a tall order against them. It looks like the Nature's Prophet has managed to pick up the mechanism. He's going to have that utilized in the fights. Doom's pretty far. Where's Doom going with him right now?
The Doom
I guess he's going mech.
Yeah. He's going to go into the mechanism. He's got the Vlad. I guess in theory he could go into a Vanguard here to deal with the Cleave, because remember, armor doesn't reduce Cleave, but damage block does.
Fair enough. All right, now we look at the bottom lane where Cow and Sinclair are defending this bottom tower. So what they can do here, which I think would be a great idea, is instead of going for the deny, they can leave it up and piggy bank it to reset their glyphs. They're going to go for the deny right now, reset that glyph that we said it was nice that they suckered out on the last push, and it's going to be available for the next time tier 2s get pushed.
They still haven't cracked 7,500 net worth, Cleave, that's not a great sign if you are ahead of a ton of towers. You usually want to be at least at that 7,500 net worth, Cleave.
But the deny is good. It takes away some of that piggy banking that you talked about as the University of Michigan continues to aggressively try to get their farm. This is what we see from U of M sometimes, though. You push them back into a pile, and that's what they're doing right now. Is they're staying together. It did work out earlier in the series, but UBC, I think, is a little more equipped to deal with it.
Now we're going to have some communication issues here for UBC. A quick pause. We can take this opportunity to go through the rest of the items that we've seen. Zingle now has that Blink Dagger up that I had mentioned during the draft being so crucial for his positioning. The Puck also sitting on that Blink Dagger that hasn't really been utilized in a fight very effectively so far. And of course, Abaddon is sitting on top of both Vlads and Mechanism, so he is actually ahead of the Doom in terms of that impact. Granted, Doom is a 4 spot and the Abaddon is a 3 spot.
Well, all right, we're going to see a smoke rotation coming out. They immediately spot Cal. There's a big jump by T1E. This could be the opening they need. UBC getting slaughtered on the inside. They lost the bench. They lost the Invoker. They're now going to move on the Doom as Doom makes a run. Drow able to escape just barely. KCY. No, Drow goes down to the Abaddon. KCY going to go down to the rest of the team. University of Michigan lumped up, smoked up, turned around, and went deep against UBC. This pause, still a calm issue, not going to change the fact that KCY is going down.
Yeah, there's no way for him to get out of that. The Winter Wyvern was really well positioned in that fight to make sure he got in. The Puck was doomed, but they immediately threw down that the heal onto the Puck. It's called Cold Embrace. Blinken, long day. The Cold Embrace is an amazing spell in the UBC because they are all physical damage. It does not block against magical damage, but outside of the opening of the fight, there's really no magical damage to speak of from UBC to have to worry about. So he can actually ride out the Doom entirely in a Cold Embrace, basically, and have no fear of that hero dying.
And what I like about this engagement right now is Zingle chased down the Drow, got Mama Load finished off, and then instead of returning, he went ahead and pushed the middle lane. That's the objective style of playing we'd like to see out of University of Michigan, which means that as soon as they get the finish on the Doom, they can rotate in and take out a tower. I didn't know that there was a narration mode.
You know, having seen Zingle get caught out a couple times so far, maybe he needs the blind players mode. You know, he's just not really been in position all that consistently. And this is a player that is known for getting caught a little far forward, but these last 2 games, it has felt like he's not been reeled in as much as he needs to be.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that said though, U of M needed to get something to stop the UBC progression. They did it in wonders with that engagement, and like you said, it's really going to pull all of them back. Moment of silence for KCY as he finds himself in a dire position.
Yeah, there's not a lot that can be done here. As Skype is being restarted, I'm curious if U of M immediately go into Roche here, or if they try to convert into a tower. I don't think they can get the mid-tier 2, even though the lane is pushed out. They might be able to get Roche. There is not going to be God Strength, so it will take them a little while to chew through as they have no negative armor. It is a risky call to go in. The alternative, though, is you take a team fight and get a little bit of farm on the back end. That's not really the objective-minded gaming that you want at this level of play.
Right, absolutely. And the conversion to the bottom of the top would be very difficult for them with the way that the lanes are pushed out. So it would not surprise me to see Zangle maybe chip the 2 a little bit and then rotate down to help finish off the Roche.
Yeah. And the teleport in from the Nature's Prophet could be an issue on this Roche as well, right? You still have a tier 2 access point for the Dire side and a buyback on Drow. If they feel threatened, they might be able to get in.
Goes down.
Oh no, we never saw it coming.
What we didn't see coming was a killing spree for the Lion.
Alright, so they are, yeah, that's true. You don't see that often.
It's coming.
They are going to go into Roche. Now the question is, can they do this fast enough?
Well, they do have a good ward down to make sure that the rotation is spotted when it comes out. They're going to go in very aggressively. Meanwhile, Nature's Prophet will split push the top lane as he is wont to do. Orange TPs to the top. Our bottom lane going to be looking to possibly reduce the cooldown, go in, get some vision here in a second. Roche at about 3/4, and it looks like U of M decides it's just not doable and backs away.
That's what I was afraid of. I didn't expect them to be able to knock it down. They lost a little bit of farm potential there. And also with Roche this low, the attack damage and negative armor that's coming out of UBC is enough to clear that very quickly.
Yup, absolutely. Now we do see moves towards the bottom lane where that Vengeful Spirit was. Lots of TPs in. It looks like they are still worried about the potential of the Roche, and they're going to move down there themselves.
Now, I think they want to take it themselves.
KCY through the jungle, makes a move, goes in on Zingle, but takes a ton of damage. Cow with the swap, it did not work out. Zingle suffering, in comes a Sunstrike, but Zingle got locked in place with the Sprout. He will go down. They trade Bench for Zingle. Now the chase is on for Dandy. Dandy on the run, no help coming as there are no TP locations. Can Dandy get away? No, he cannot. His ultimate is popped, and he's going to turn around and try to do some damage to Sinclair, but there's nobody coming to help. They're just buy in time. University of Michigan loses 2 on a really nice bench initiation.
Yeah, they were too far forward again, and especially since that Roche should have been obvious as a target for UBC, given their aura for physical damage and the negative armor that comes innately out of the Vengeful Spirit.
Look how much faster that is.
Yeah.
Only 2 of them hitting.
And they haven't even thrown the negative armor on yet, right? So for U of M, they should have known that UBC were going to try to move into that and probably just staked it out.
Yeah. That would have been one of those times for the UBC Roche trap that they're known for, but only for U of M to do it that time around.
Yeah, also there's no blinks, right, available for UBC beyond the Invoker. So he blinks in, he gets silenced by the puck, and suddenly there's no follow-up initiation.
Exactly. So, coulda, woulda, shoulda, U of M gets a good 4-man wipe, then gives up 2 and an Aegis, making it a little more even and enabling UBC to start to pour down this mid lane to try and get a little something out of it.
Yeah, they need to grab a tower at least, if not a Rax, while this Aegis is still up.
Yep.
But bear in mind, their advantage really is not that significant at this stage, especially considering their towers that they have to claim.
Yeah, gold leads less than 3,000 in terms of the full
Which
turn.
means that U of M are actually getting more farm off the map, and they're getting more kill gold off the map.
And again, like we've talked about, you never let the Sven get out of control. He's always a worry.
The bigger portion of that as well is that this AoE gold that stacks up every time that you are behind, or excuse me, you are ahead, but your team has a tower advantage as well. Every time you die, you give up between 1% and 3% of the tower gold that you've claimed overall for every single kill. So UBC are bleeding out the tower gold, and they have no way to get that back.
Yeah. That is absolutely true. UBC falls back and farms. Both teams seem a little tentative about dealing with the other. We did just see the scan used by University of Michigan, so UBC will have that advantage as they try to make a move here in the near future. Michigan is going to come forward. And again, they're grouping up, getting together, making sure that they protect each other's backs. Last time that got them a 4-man pickoff. Can they do it again?
Yeah, they are going to be moving in here and trying to get some farm. I think U of M, they don't really have the burden of time on their side. They'll probably smoke up and try to make something happen once the Aegis is about to expire. But until then, they want to make sure that UBC are being forced out of position to try and make something happen.
Absolutely. Sinclair's going to come forward, farm up some creeps, try to keep them from getting their own farm on the Radiant side. Meanwhile, University of Michigan gathered right behind Zingle, hoping maybe someone will initiate on him and they can get a counter pick.
Yeah.
Now, they don't have any vision in their own jungle, but Dire has complete visual control of it, so they're able to run this bottom lane very aggressively. T1E gonna come out, try to keep the waves paired off and stop the split push. Up on top, Sorry and Cow gonna go ahead and do what we expect them to do.
Yeah, they are really just forced to try and find some sort of an advantage here with that Aegis, but there's really nothing to be found. U of M are playing very carefully. They're not letting Zingle get quite as far out, and he's not being without support anymore either. There's always 1 or 2 heroes near him to either provide some sort of a heal or provide some sort of sustain to allow the puck to get mobile and in.
and T1E has been playing very strong in the puck. In fact, there's only been 2 fights where the Doom really made a difference.
Oh wow, nice blink by Zingle.
So he managed to get out of that one. I thought he was in some serious trouble. That was a Doom coming down the pipeline. Did not end up engaging. Now the follow-up, Cow with the swap to save Sorry. T1E though, looks like he wants to keep going. Puts up the Sprout. TP's coming in. And Sinclair takes a ton of damage off of the Echo. He's in some trouble. Of course, the Winter Wyvern puts them on each other. Sinclair goes up in the Yules, but KCY is going to go down. Sinclair's going to drop. The Aegis is going to be a waste, as there's nowhere for him to go right now. Or is there?
There is the
What
Doom.
a beautiful blink to safety.
The Doom stopped Zingle from throwing out the Stormhammer there.
That's fair, okay.
But, I mean, the only upside to that for UBC is that the Aegis was about to expire anyway.
Right.
Everything else here goes heavily in favor of U of M. And remember, unless UBC can crack this high ground, U of M are going to continue to move in. Even though they're behind, they're going to start to look like favorites.
And so Mamalo goes ahead and farms up some jungle time. University of Michigan very happy with what they pulled out of that. Going back to farming aggressively as Zingle has caught up to Mamalode in the overall farm, and Puck going head to head with the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet sitting on the Orchid, by the way, and did not do much for him in that last fight.
Well, yeah, the Puck does have a Cyclone staff up now, so he's able to get out of those silences, and really the Orchid is just to either shut him or AA down, right? The Cave on the Lion is probably going to blow everything he has right at the beginning of a fight, so you don't need to silence him, but making sure that the Winter Wyvern is unable to save a hero, making sure that the Puck is unable to be mobile, those are priorities. Once again, though, unfortunately, the Cyclone staff really making it very difficult to engage in that behavior, at least onto the Puck.
Michigan's going to come forward. Sinclair is going to fall back in front. Cal, Mamalo waiting behind the tower. They bring in the rest of the group as KCY rotates around. Big stand here to defend this tier 2. UBC really wants to hold. Can they do it? Zingle comes forward. Wind Ripper. Going to use that Dreamer to cause a little bit of chaos here. Zingle has to be careful. Doesn't want to get caught out too deep. And look at UBC just scattering around, waiting for their chance to try and engage.
Yeah. UBC being very careful here, and they need to be, because if they take a bad engagement, the game will probably swing out of their control, and there's no real comeback mechanic for them to rely on without that tower gold to access.
So they do withdraw. University of Michigan playing it very, very safe, rotates themselves away. Meanwhile, UBC goes sort of back to farming. The question is that the right choice for UBC?
You know, they don't really have a lot of other options moving out here. There are no viable targets for them to go in and get, as long as U of M are playing positioning well. As long as UBC is coming in, they need to make sure they keep their ward vision up, so that if Zingle or anybody else is out of position, they're able to get it. And maybe a push is coming out here pretty soon for UBC, but unfortunately, unless they smoke up and make something happen, it will be very difficult.
They did smoke. Right there was the observer ward. The question was, did they spot it as it happened? And they will come aggressively down towards here. Based on the way that the arrows of University of Michigan are spinning, I'm going to assume they saw that coming.
I don't think that they saw it. I just think that they realized nobody's on the map. Yeah, they did just use a scan as well to see if their opponents were going to be wrapping around that way.
Will stop on the high ground. The scan will end before he gets there, and now they'll rotate back around. They do utilize the time to get some vision up, so it's not a complete loss, but good on Michigan for smelling that out.
Yeah, it was just really good game sense overall.
Yep.
The other issue here is that they're not able, UBC does not have a lot of fast junglers, so even though they have much more map control, they don't really have a way to utilize that to maximize efficacy, whereas Zingle clears wave creep so fast that he's actually able to keep up or surpass his opponents, even just staying in his base at this stage.
Which, by the way, impressive that Mamalode has been able to maintain the lead on farm throughout this game at 15.5, so she's still got 1,000 over Zingle, as Zingle has had a hard time really safely going out and clearing jungle.
Yeah, it is a problem for him that they haven't really been able to get Zingle out to get farm, but he's still been keeping up. In fact, he's about to pass. Everybody except for Drow Ranger, he has passed.
So he's moving his way up. He's getting the farm while the rest of his team moves up that mid position. Looks like they want to make some action happen. Mamalo's got to be careful not to get caught out of position here. But the bottom is being split pushed. Sinclair going to use those Forge Spirits pretty aggressively to force them to stop the aggression from Michigan and come back in defense.
Yeah, and the Nature's Prophet should be able to bounce between the top and bottom lane to force his yo-yo maneuver. out of U of M. That's just a time buying mechanism, though. It doesn't actually get them an advantage. That mechanism of forcing opponents back and forth between the lanes, really the goal there is to force University of Michigan out of position while they're rotating between lanes, and then you jump on them in the rotation. Because this split is not going to be strong enough to crack the high ground on its own into a Sven, into a Winter Wyvern.
Now Mamelode has something beautiful and new, and that's a shiny brand new BKB with 10 seconds on it.
Yeah, and
that's going to be a difference maker in the next big team engagement. And one of her issues has been that initiation stun coming out of University of Michigan.
Yeah, now the question is, can she get it off fast enough? Because there are a lot of blinks up now. You've got a blink on Sven, you've got a blink on line, you've got a blink and a jaunt up on the puck as well.
Dandy and Sinclair pass ways, but Dandy knows that Sinclair was there because he sees the footprint and the slow. Zingle is in a dangerous spot here, he's got to be careful. Sinclair wants to chase. Here comes Sorry, moves on Zingle, Zingle BKBs, turns back around. Sorry, Pop-O-Matic drops a Matic, as now we see Zingle turn back. His BKB was burned, will be on cooldown. God's Strength also used. Mamalo gets caught with the Hex. This could be trouble. Finger, swap for save. Zingle at max range. Mamalo pops the BKB, wants to make the loop. Puck comes out, but she's locked in space. Fidge are gonna get utilized. Doom on the puck, Zingle on the run. Mamelode doing the damage, gonna try to stay alive. Mech is used, Zingle comes right back in. The BKB has ended, Mamelode has gone, Invoker drops down. Sorry is on the run, the Doom is ended on T1E. It is a disaster for UBC on this fight. They thought the BKB would do more, but it's not, as everyone except the Nature's Prophet who died at the start go down in that fight.
All the BKB did is it was forcing out a Winter's Curse in order to buy time for the BKB to end. That's all that BKB did.
At the end of the day, I saw a lot of split DPS. I saw a lack of communication from UBC on who to burn down, and it cost them big.
There are a lot of buybacks available for UBC. We'll see how many of them are being forced out. They're being very uncertain about what they want to spend here, and they'll probably lose a tower, but not a Rax based on that.
All right, Invoke comes forward, throws up the tornadoes. Zingle and Dandy want to make the play. Stun comes out, Sunstrike to slow.
They want to go.
It looks like they want to go. They're pinging it, saying push it, but Sinclair has other things in mind, and will do so right now. T1E comes out, puts up the silence, the Dream Coil, the fake jump away, the turnaround. Cow goes down, Sinclair goes down.
Oh no!
U of M makes a massive play. They should be able to push down these racks.
Yeah, that was a buyback death on the Invoker as well.
No.
He's down for 70 seconds. The re-engagement is coming.
They're on Dandy. Dandy going low, but they turn back around. Key in some trouble. Zingle goes in deep, gets sprouted for a little bit of space, says, okay, I'll hit the tower water the racks while I'm here. Ends up taking the melee racks inside of the sprout. Drops low, gets pulled to the force staff to get away. Another nice sprout. Sorry gets stunned. Puck comes right back in though. Sorry's got to get out of dodge. Zingle says, let's play, baby. Sorry drops low. In comes Doom. Sorry goes down. Doom's got to retreat, and U of M does not want to stop. They stun KCY. They push through. They get both racks, and they are in a dominant position because there are 3 down with 0 buyback.
Well, fortunately for UBC, that all happened before the tier 2s fell on the sidelines. So, in terms of map control, Roshan is a potential target here, but a lot of mana and resources were used by U of M, and it's not likely that they're going to fall directly into the pit. And because the tier 2s were up on either side, there were no more objectives to really be gained there. So UBC did engage very aggressively into that. After the racks fell, they probably needed to just back off and let the fight be over.
Yeah. So let's take a look at what that did. Just the curiosity out of the graph. Look at that. UBC had a 5,000 gold advantage. They're now down by 8,000. A massive swing. XP up over 12. Zingle feeling pretty good about what happened at the back end of that.
Yeah. I also, in terms of like players that have been the difference makers, this AA Winter Wyvern has been stellar. He's been really kiting out opponents. He's been baiting out the Doom and then saving his puck. The Winter's Curse has not only drilled through all of UBC's resources in these fights, but think of all that damage. They're literally almost entirely a right-click damage team. The Winter's Curse is the perfect spell against it. The only other spell that's comparable is a Vacuum Wall from a Darkseer that leverages that physical damage output up against your own team.
Now that Echo Saber Daedalus on the Sven is going to be a massive problem soon.
The last match of the
And here they go towards the high ground. They make the big move. They get the jump on Mamelode. Mamelode gets swapped but bopped, and that puts Venge in a dangerous spot. Mamelode buys back. Zingle's BKB is down. Worth noting, and they will withdraw for just a second. They got the tier 2 still standing. They do decide they're going to go ahead and get the Roche instead.
They wanted to go in and get just a pick or two. That was not an objective base because they wanted to be able to go in Roche. And remember, they do knock down Roche fairly well with the God Strength, but it's going to be much slower than it would be from UBC.
Absolutely. So they will start working. Sunstrike's going to come out, ping everyone in there, saying, we know you're there. What can you do to stop it, though, is the real question. Here they come en masse. Looks like Sinclair is going to lead the charge. He's going to see AA. Nice scouting coming out from all of the creeps, and they're not moving fast enough. This Roche is going most likely to University of Michigan. Sinclair could be in some trouble if they jump to that orb. He wants to go. He's waiting for his chance. Goes in with the rock.
Oh, no.
Follows. Locked in from behind. Winter Wyvern with the plays. In comes KCY from the backside, but too much damage. Echo Daedalus just wrecks him. Lion goes down, but Mamelode left out. BKB pop, but it's not going to be enough. Now Zingle on the chase for Sinclair. Mamelode turns around, wants to get him some AA, but AA is going to go Glacier on him. Now Mamelode goes down. Dandy, everyone in some serious trouble. Cal trying to fight on Zingle. Zingle's going to back away. Cal's going to go likely down here as T1E wants to keep the fight going, and that is 4, baby. Uneasy Roche, and probably more.
Yeah, probably going to be a tier 2 in the bottom lane or top. A lot of U of M actually have boots of teleportation, so they are ready to move and just maximize hitting onto towers and getting objectives out of these fights. I have to say, the Invoker has missed the meatball 3 or 4 fights in a row, and it is hurting them.
Yeah. He missed the meatball. Nature's Prophet did try to take the bottom tower during that entire exchange. The problem was unable to do so.
Yeah, he was there for a little while, but when it turned sour, he said, I'm out of here, guys. You handle this debacle, and I'll go try to do something useful.
Basically, he's just trying to slow down the ability to push those tier 2s by keeping the lanes pushed up. So far, it's working. That said, what can UBC do right now? They're down by a massive amount of gold, over 14,000, and they're finding themselves in a desperate situation.
Yeah, they need to control the high ground defense at this point. The only way that they crack base, there are 2 ways maybe they do it. One, they rat out in true Alliance fashion, but that's very unlikely to work into a Sven Winter Wyvern, as we've said several times. The AoE clear is just too much.
Right.
The other option is that they defend high ground, or they get a good smoke rotation of some kind, or a favorable matchup and then force out the buybacks, then get one more follow-up engagement with no buybacks. That allows them to capitalize into their opponent's base, at least take one side out. Otherwise, they're really just on the back foot.
Yep. Sorry, going to go ahead and jump into the jungle, get himself TP'd away, and it looks like there's TP to the top from Mamelode as they're pinging out, saying maybe we can catch Zingle. Zingle is all alone, but he'll smell trouble and TP to safety.
Yeah, he's going to get away for once, and that obviously would have been a nice pickup, but probably wouldn't have been a game ender by any
stretch. He's got
stretch.
that boots of travel, so his goal was to draw them to the top lane and then move to the bottom. And now they're going to try to make a move. They clear it out, make sure that nobody's coming in. Nice orb to spy space, tier 2 down, and they're going to go to the tier 3 and try to force UBC to come in and at least burn some TPs, if not lose a fight. And that's what's going to happen. They go on Sinclair, caught inside the Dream Coil. Sinclair in trouble to swap a second too late, and again, cost them 2. UBC slightly off their game, and it is costing them in spades. Mamelode gets caught, fingered, hexed, Force Staff, Storm, Echo fight. They turn back around, they want to go on T1E, he's taking a lot of damage, but he's got the Aegis, and that's going to buy plenty of space down here on bottom for Zingle to take that tower.
Yeah, this is starting to look pretty grim for UBC. Can they re-engage here on the Zingle?
Big sprout, like he thought he wanted to go, but there he goes. That Force Staff turns him too close. Sorry, was not expecting it. He goes down. Now they go on Mamelode. Mamelode's got to run back to base, and it's not a good sign when that's the only answer for your carry.
Yeah, fortunately Mamelode can kind of sit and pick here, but they will lose another axe out of this engagement, likely more. We're probably looking at the death rolls of game 2 for UBC.
When you're trying to run a split push with a rat, you cannot have 2 lanes of supers.
Yeah, well, to be fair, they didn't really do a rat so much as a consolidated split push strategy, right? a rat really intends to catch people off guard and pick really slowly over time. What UBC were trying to do here is consolidate their split and jump between lanes kind of together.
Here goes what I think might be the last engagement. Sinclair comes forward, big storm hammer at range. T1E dodges the stun, comes back around on KCY. KCY comes in deep on Danny. Danny backs away, Zingle with the BKB, swaps the save. Cal will go down. Beautiful silence, massive dream coil. The spin to win. Sinclair on the run. The GG comes out. We're going to game 3 at the Starleague Dreamhack Grand Final. University of Michigan had their backs against the wall for a minute, but these guys never say die.
I cannot tell you how happy I am to see this go into game 3. We've been here a long day. We're starting to get a little tuckered down. I'm sure the teams are too, but you can't ask for more than 2 closely matched teams going up against each other with everything on the line for one final game.
It's probably going to come down to which team drank the most brain gear to get their focus to survive the end of this tournament, because it's been a long day, Gordon. We got here at 9, 10 o'clock this morning to start playing. These players have been grinding it out from the beginning, and we're going to see what they bring to the back end of this. That game was bananas. They bought plenty of space, and you know what? You told me this. You said, if Michigan plays their heroes, if they pick the heroes they know, they win. They picked a puck into a doom, and it seems like it paid off.
The Wyvern was the perfect pick there, and they already had it. They were already prepared for that contingency. There's really nothing else you can say other than that support play opened the space and created the atmosphere for the chorus to succeed. I really love to see games where I can honestly call an MVP is a sideliner that you don't focus on in the fights, but all those Winter's Curses, all of those heals, all the mobility help as well. And not only that, but just using the invisibility on his allies, on Zingle sometimes when he got caught out. There's just nothing else to say other than excellent support play.
The University of Michigan executes well. UBC caught out a couple of times, and they paid the ultimate price. Guys, this is Toffees and Gorgon coming to you live from Dreamhack Austin for the Collegiate Starleague Grand Finals between UBC and Michigan. We're going to game 3. We're going to take a short break right now so that we can breathe and they can breathe and maybe you can breathe, because that was a barn burner of an ending. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Toffees out. Hey, welcome back to the Starleague, guys. My name's Tom. This is Gorgon, the Wonder Cow. This is Dreamhack Austin, and we are live for what is set to be the match of the entire season. Game 3, the decider for University of British Columbia and Michigan. Gorgon, it's not often that we get to see a Game 3 for Are the Marbles.
Yeah.
This is very exciting.
This is, if you were watching CSL at all throughout the season, these two teams up against each other, one game on the line, it's exactly everything you ever wanted.
It's everything you wanted, and you know what? It's probably everything that the good folks at Asus Republic of Gamers ever wanted when they decided to come in and fly these guys down here to play some Dota this weekend. So a big shout out to them and a big shout out to our players because they have been absolutely phenomenal. Now in that last match, let's talk about what we saw a little bit. University of Michigan in Game 1 didn't look like themselves.
No, they really didn't.
They felt off pace. They weren't playing the style that they like. And your solution to that was to pick the heroes that fit them.
Pick the heroes that fit them, pick the window strategy that they are familiar using.
Now, early on, you told me Michigan takes the whole thing. I told you I think UBC is the dark horse with the potential to win it all. We both went 1 for 1 in the first
Have
two.
you changed your mind?
I
Have
haven't.
you come around?
I haven't, because I think UBC could have potentially won that one if it wasn't for a couple of mistakes in terms of communication.
Really also the build from the Drow range, going to the Shadow Blade when all the towers were already down. What that basically told me as a build is that he was relying on his opponents to make mistakes that he could capitalize on. There's no reason that Shadow Blade should be really that useful unless Michigan are going out, getting active, farming out areas that they have no business being in. And while Zingle did get caught out a couple times, as did 1 or 2 other heroes, for the most part, they did not give that opportunity.
That was a I watched Zingle play build, right?
Yeah.
Thought he could get some picks, and Zingle has been consistent. I don't know if it's T1E yelling at him or what's going on, but he's making sure that he stays nice and tight and doesn't get out of position in these games. He got caught twice, but that was it.
This will be, by the way, for you or them, they've been playing together for 2 years as 4, for 1.5 years as 5.
Yeah.
They've been consistently one of the, if not the best team in CSL throughout a season and a good chunk of the prior season. 2 of them graduated. 3 of them will not be coming back to the team next year. This is going to be a final blowout for these guys, and they are really pulling for a win.
This is their big chance, and speaking of big chances, it's going to take a big draft to get there. So without further ado, let's get these boys underway. Let's see the draft for Game 3 of UBC versus Michigan for who takes home the scholarship money and the big prize.
Now, we'll be getting into that just very shortly, but we do, of course, have to mention our sponsors who provided that prize pool. They also provided the travel for everyone to come down. That's, of course, Asus, Republic of Gamers, who's making this possible. And I've got to say, we're using these casting laptops, right? I don't normally play on a laptop.
Right.
I'm not normally a big laptop guy. I like to build it myself. I like to move on a PC. These are absolutely stellar. They are mind-blowingly nice. I've never used something like it before in my life.
Absolutely, no, very impressive. The other thing that we want to make a big shout out to Brain Gear for being here today. Yeah. They helped us make sure that we had a great event for you guys to run. Now, Brain Gear, an energy drink that's not an energy drink. Yeah. They've only got 2 grams of sugar, almost nothing, none of the caffeine and stuff you expect from a normal drink. Great stuff and really strong for the energy because we know to go through a long day.
It's like a fountain of youth, but just for your brain. You know
Absolutely.
What I mean?
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that way to say it. Guys, we are about to jump into this draft and it is going to be one heck of a game. What are you looking for out of Michigan and out of UBC in terms of the early draft?
In terms of the draft, I would really like to see, what I'm looking for them to do in terms of their overall control, go with what they're comfortable with. What I'd like to see is I'd like to see some of these really core heroes that we have not seen out so far this series, especially for U of M. Getting a Slark on single, for example, would be fun. It would be a good way to end the season, you know what I mean? Or we've seen that Huskar come back out. We did get to see him once already today, but it'll be interesting to see if they go for that, how would that stand up against a better team? However, we're unlikely to see it because of the Roche strategy is not going to catch off guard one more time another team.
And I think that the key here is, we've talked about this, we wanted to see more of the style of play that Michigan's done in the past. And I think that still, Zingle hasn't played the heroes that he most typically plays. Sven was a good game, but it wasn't the kind of carry that he usually likes to run. So I'd love to see that in this match, especially to give them the edge going forward.
Sven is his 6th most played hero on this match. His 1st most played hero is that Slark. Alchemist always being banned out here, and that is obviously impacting his ability to play his 2nd most played hero.
Absolutely. All right, so looking at the picks already, Alchemist, Lich, taken off the board by UBC.
Everything is exactly the same as last game.
They start the same. Invoker, the first pick again. Now that's because University of Michigan hasn't been punished by the Invoker nearly hard enough in these games.
Yeah, if the Invoker were being a larger impact, then we would have to see that Invoker ban and the Beastmaster let through or the Bounty Hunter let through. Which is strange because we know UBC would rather have the Invoker than either of those heroes. Earthshaker is going to come out for University of Michigan. This is a hero that they do know how to run pretty effectively.
So when they pick the Earthshaker, it generally tells me they're planning on being very aggressive. Yeah. Whenever I see Michigan pick it up, they're using the Earthshaker not defensively, but to box in whoever they're going after so there's no chance of escape. And I bet that means we see some very aggressive heroes, things like those Storm Spirits or those Pucks played for sure in this game.
Yeah, Earthshaker is a very nice hero for rotating level 1 support as well, if you want to get active extremely early. Because Earthshaker, if he sits at level 1 for a long time, it doesn't hurt him that much. He's one of the most effective level 1 heroes in the game as a support. Now granted, you do want to be giving him experience, you do want to be giving him either kills or creeps in lane, but if he cannot get that, the Tome of Knowledge as well as a little catch up on a free lane later on in the game will make it so that under-leveling is not a game-losing aspect.
And I also want to point out, AA and Pave are very good synergistically as supports.
Yeah.
And when you talk about the Earthshaker, one of the things that he does is he forces his team to, or the other team to move the way that they want them to, right? And Witch Doctor, we've seen him played, we've seen the ultimates very strong coming out of the guys here on U of M in the past. I think that the positioning of the Witch Doctor with the Earthshaker means that these team fights could really break open just from support play.
Yeah, and we saw the supports last game really made that game. I mean, they weren't the flashiest plays, they're very under the radar, but honestly blew the game right open for University of Michigan.
Now, Vengeful Spirits can get picked up again. Now, we've seen Venge played by UBC a few times.
Yeah.
I've seen him played absolutely amazing in the past. That last game wasn't great for me.
Yep.
Cal was hitting the swaps a second too late every time. And I think if they can fix that, because there were multiple times where Cal could have had the save, but it was just slightly too late.
Now, well, bear in mind that it's easier to swap into a Witch Doctor where the target is obvious than it is to swap into something else. Now, granted, it's also more important, but defensive swaps where you're swapping one of your allies in or out, that's very difficult to coordinate in the heat of the moment. Whereas a swap on an opponent, especially a channeling opponent, is obvious to go.
And in that last game, UBC was forced to use their swaps defensively instead of offensively for the first time in a while.
Yeah. So, obviously the bench comes out here, not only alongside the Invoker, we already saw the impact of both the Exhort damage as well as the Vengeful Spirit damage increase and the negative armor. It gives UBC Roshan advantage as well as jumping into the pit where they have the negative armor from the bench to make sure that the Roche pit is an accessible objective. We saw U of M struggle through part of the last game because they did not have Roche as an accessible advantage, and I think UBC's drafts have been much better in terms of a sense of when they go for certain objectives, whereas U of M are playing to their strengths, but not necessarily knowing exactly when and where to go.
I feel like U of M plays to convert, whereas UBC plays to plan.
Yeah.
Right now we see the ban out of the Clinks as well as the ban of the Nature's Prophet, so some more respect shown by University of Michigan here for UBC Esports. And you actually alluded to this at the start of the tournament. You said I spoke to Michigan and they said they thought UBC could be the guys in the finals, and they are showing that respect all the way through here. These bans reflect that they know UBC is not a joke.
Well, they already lost one game. They had trouble in the beginning of another game. They are certainly aware that this is not a sure thing by any stretch of imagination. They came in confident, but confidence and arrogance are not the same thing.
Respect ban on the Sven. Now here's an interesting ban. They ban out the Oracle, a hero who hasn't really been played by Michigan today. What does that tell you, the Oracle ban?
It implies that they think that the Earthshaker's an offlaner, for one thing.
Okay.
Right? Because, or maybe a mid, potentially. But you don't see that many core Earthshakers these days. It's interesting to see that window into what UBC think is happening here.
Right.
And it is going to be a core Earthshaker.
It is going to be a core
UBC,
Earthshaker.
having seen this come out either in pubs or in some sort of aspect of their scrims, probably, because this Earthshaker strategy, not something that we see a ton.
Right. So very smart ban coming out from UBC. Winter Wyvern gets picked up by University of Michigan, who really have loved that Wyvern today. Probably because their Wyvern player is very, very good at it.
Yeah, AA has been doing an excellent job on the hero throughout the day.
Yep.
And it's just a reset button that gives them total control of these fights when they start to go the wrong way. Night Stalker are going to come out for UBC. That's just a lot more control, a lot more vision. And we're seeing UBC go back away from the spray cheese and more into something that's sustainable through multiple stages of the game.
Absolutely. University of Michigan waiting for the next one. Night Stalkers picked up by UBC. We saw them utilize this earlier because UBC really loves vision management. If I could pick something that they love in this tournament, it's the ability to control what their opponents see and don't see. And Night Stalker, we saw how strong it was last time they utilized it and got that Ag Scepter up.
Yeah, the Ag Scepter gem on Night Stalker is not something that you can really overestimate. It's extremely valuable. It's another reason why the Bounty Hunter is a consistent ban against this team as well. Juggernaut is going to be picked up here. I thought that this was a likely outcome. It's one of Zingle's most played heroes. It gives them the push, it gives them the sustainable damage, and they're really going to be able to, with the Witch Doctor and the Juggernaut healed together in the Winter Wyvern, we could very much see a strategy fall out similar to what we saw in Game 2 for University of Michigan earlier today, which was a lot of sustain and high aggression.
Now Slaughter is picked up. The Slaughter that we saw played earlier was very effective for UBC with those initiations. Very, very strong. And we're going to still... How do Juggernaut and Slaughter sort of pair off against each other? Is the armor reduction for Slaughter going to be a problem for the Juggernaut?
It could be very well. And once again, we see UBC really prioritizing physical damage over magical damage here. Negative armor from the bench, negative armor from the Slaughter, right clickers in the Invoker and the Night Stalker, if Invoker does go Exhort, which we expect. Of course, U of M do have answers to that, right? The Winter Wyvern shuts down physical damage, and we just saw the impact of a physical damage team playing into a Winter's Curse. You just eliminate one of your own allies before you can get anything done. Juggernaut has sustained with the Witch Doctor as well, and It'll be interesting to see how the armor breaks down, if U of M prioritize armor or if they prioritize damage.
I think that's going to be curious. So now we see the last bans come out. The Slark, strangely enough, are going to get banned here. UBC not wanting to, U of M not wanting to deal with the Slark issue. UBC trying to figure out what mid do we take away from Michigan.
Yeah. Looking out, once again, I've said this a couple of times. I do think a Death Prophet would be good here.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily going to be one of the prime heroes that T1E is known for, but it is something that he's comfortable using. It gives him that push sustain. It gives him some physical damage output. And it will also create this forced rotation into the Earthshaker, right? You pop that Death Prophet ultimate and and opponents are forced to come in and defend and push you away from that tower, or you just lose too much ground way too quickly.
I definitely want to see what UBC picks up here. They're in that uncomfortable position of having to allow T1E to pick after seeing everything else that his opponents take up. Right now, I smell Storm Spirit on the horizon. It's worked for him in the past. It works with this lineup fairly well. It could be something that he pulls out and says, you know what? It's do or die time. Let's do what I know I can win with.
That Storm would be dangerous into the silence of the Night Stalker and a potential Orchid out of the Invoker, but other than that, there aren't a lot of answers to it. There's not a lot of reliable stuns coming out from UBC. Storm Spirit could be a strong pick, as could the Puck, without the Doom in the pool. And by the time U of M are actually going to draft, they'll see what the last pick is. If it's not a Doom, very likely we could see something like a Puck come out as well. Very mobile playmaker heroes.
Absolutely. UBC thinking it out, even if it is a Doom, we can see a Puck come out, because one thing doesn't seem to bother T1E, and that's a counter pick.
Yeah, the Wyvern is here, just like we saw last game, so that is possible.
Right.
I suspect that they'll either need a big playmaker with a big AoE control like a Puck, or they need to get somebody with a push like Death Prophet. I would like to see Storm. I don't expect we're going to see it come out.
Absolutely. So UBC thinking out this one. It's a very tough decision. They banned the TA, which I think was a great call. They're going to go with the Animage, so it is going to be Animage hoping to get some farm. Hopefully it does better than the Animage we saw earlier today, who just could not get anything up and running. University of Michigan, this is where I expect to see someone who wants to make life hard for the Animage.
Well, we know UBC know how to shut down an Animage.
Yep.
That presumably means they know how to defend an Animage. Be aggressive, force your opponents out, keep your vision up. Make sure that Animage has a couple of reliable camps deep into your own jungle, so that no matter how bad the game gets, he's still getting something relatively fast. Juggernaut is going to window much faster than that Animage, so Invoker, Slardar, Night Stalker are going to have to absolutely control the pace of the game.
They're going to have their hands full. They go with the Lone Druid.
It gives them the push. It gives them the push that they needed. It gives them some sustain as well. That is a good pickup, I think, if they are able to outlane the Invoker.
It's a good pickup if you win the lane. I don't know that it fits what I expect from T1E's style of play, but it could be very, very strong.
Yeah, in terms of recent games, there's not a lot on T1E for Lone Druid. This might be a strategy that they prepared in scrims that is not available to UBC, that they were really holding for their back pocket in case they got into a situation like this.
Well, if you're holding a back pocket, now is the time to do it. T1E brings out the Lone Druid. The draft is in. The teams are picking up their heroes, and we are going to Game 3 of the Collegiate Starleague Grand Final. This is for all the chips as we go in to who is going to be the grand champion of the CSL this year.
Wow, yeah, to give you some context for this, in terms of hubs, T1E only has 36 Lone Druid games. That's compared to 404 Storm Spirit games. He's basically a baby on this hero compared to his knowledge of other opponents. Now, once again, he might have been practicing this in scrims and getting ready, and he should be able to go relatively well toe-to-toe with an Invoker, just with the basis of the gap closing of that ban.
Absolutely. All right, so the quick introductions for these two teams. On the Dire side, University of British Columbia, the underdogs. We're going to have Sinclair on the Invoker, Sorry on the Slardar, Mamalode on the Animage, KCY on the Night Stalker, and Cow on the Vengeful Spirit.
All right, and here for University of Michigan, already smoked up and ready to go. They're trying to find a kill. It's going to be AA reprising his role on the Winter Wyvern. Dandy.
They're going to get revealed. They want to make a move. They see Sinclair. The stun is out, but Sinclair walks around the long way, and they avoid it for the second time in this series.
Yeah, and that stun was not intended to stun so much as force the two incoming opponents to not wrap around, but there just was not going to be any follow-up without the burst damage that comes out of the fissure as well. So an interesting play, but it won't end up creating any sort of advantage. Moving back into the draft, we've got Dandy stomping around on that Earthshaker. T1E has a pet on the Lone Druid. Pave continues to do that voodoo he does so well on the Witch Doctor, and Zingle taking Juggernaut for a spin.
Should be a pretty good game. Locking up. I like the Night Stalker into the Juggernaut. Juggernaut, like you said, comes online earlier than the Anti-Mage, but he's going to come online around the time that KCY hits his Night phase. So there is going to be the potential to slow him down using that 4-minute window, and I want to see if that's what happens. We go into the lane. Last hit deny chart up for you guys to keep an eye on during the beginning of this match. We're going to see it right to the middle. T1E gets a little bit of support of AA at the start for the block, going head-to-head with Sinclair. I don't watch a lot of mid lone druids. Who has the advantage here?
It's not very clear. It depends on the experience that T1E has in this role. Obviously, Sinclair has an amazing amount of experience as an Invoker mid. He spams it here in the CSL. He probably plays it a lot in his pubs as well. So, T1E almost certainly does not have the same level of experience. That said, the Bears should be pretty decent at controlling equilibrium and, more importantly, harassing the Invoker to at least make sure that it's a fair fight.
Sorry and KCY down here on the bottom lane, going to be going head-to-head in a 2v2 right now. So it's going to be AA wrapping around to try and help out and make it a 3v2 as Zingle and Pave move forward. This is a very strong lane. Look at the spin, lots of damage, good bounce. This could be number one. The slow is there. Sorry with a big stun. Will it be enough? It just barely is. But that's the power of the change we saw in Spin to Win 2 patches ago that allows him to put out so much damage.
Yeah, the damage coming out here is something that you do have to worry about. It's even running a dual lane. The spin on top of the slows should be enough to kill almost any hero that's going to go down there. Up top as well, Dandy having a lot of trouble controlling this lane, and he was counter-warded immediately by his opponents.
So Mamalo doing a good job of harassing Dandy. He's going to have a hard lane up there, and again, we'll keep an eye on the bottom because Sari is going to really struggle, I think, with the aggression of this tri-lane. Now we see Sinclair taking some damage. Lone Druid doing a great job of farming this one up. And Night Stalker to go ahead and try to get a stack there on the Ancients, and he's going to successfully do it. But now AA got the Invis rune, is going to follow him around and just sort of keep an eye on things.
Yeah, he's going to see this rotation coming from a mile away. There shouldn't be any threat to the bottom lane out of that, especially since it's still daytime for 2 minutes.
Yep. Sinclair, again, taking a lot of harassment from the Bear. Bear's going to get recalled right back to T1E, who's sitting very pretty at 11-2. Invoker only at 6-3.
They're going to move on him. They're going to dive the tower here in the mid lane.
The big move. This could be it for Sinclair. Big rotation. That invisibility room being put to use. Sinclair goes out the back door, but it's not going to be enough. That will be first blood. T1E draws it, and University of Michigan starts with the right foot forward.
Yeah.
UBC's start is difficult right now, to say the least.
The danger of this Exhort style build in the mid lane, one of the reasons that it is so dependent on getting that early Midas and also having some rotation support, is you don't have the traditional escape that you have with another style build. Remember, the way that Sinclair builds is not how many other Invoker players build. He has no Ghost Walk because he has no Wex. Most other Invoker players will get one level of Wex so that he has the alacrity in lane for last hitting, and also has the Ghost Walk if he needs to get away.
Sorry, getting a little bit low there. She's being attacked pretty aggressively by the Juggernaut. Single, so they got a little help here. Maybe he can get a kill. And the Sentry Ward been fairly effective here coming out from the Dire side. Now let's look at the top lane where Mamalode is farming very comfortably at 17-3. Not what you want to see your Anti-Mage getting this early in the game.
Yeah, Earthshaker's not a very strong offlaner. He does not have a traditional escape down bottom. It looks like
it looks like they're going to face Sari out the back, make a nice chase there. Good stun, Sunstrike, Zingle goes down. A nice kill, beautifully done. Pave on the run.
Yeah, Pave should be fine. He's got the tower to defend him along with that armor ore, but the kill onto the carry will definitely help create that space UBC need in order to make sure that Mamalode continue to go.
A really great double stun in the trees, and the Sunstrike was super on point.
They also baited out that Juggernaut spin a little earlier to make sure that they had the opportunity to get that kill.
Absolutely. It was a risky play. If the Sunstrike had missed, it would have been the death of the Slardar.
So, as I was saying before, Dandy on the Earthshaker, that's not a very strong offlaner. He doesn't have the ability to farm from a distance, nor does he have the ability to catch up on jungle stacks or escape. Without a ward. And remember, before the creeps even reached the lane, that off-lane ward was counter-warded by the Vengeful Spirit. That makes this an extremely difficult path for Dandy. The only way I see him catching back up is if the Juggernaut push buys some space for the Earthshaker to actually find some solo farm.
Earthshaker definitely having some struggles there. 25-7 to 23-7 on the carries, going back and forth across the map. Night Stalker going to utilize the nighttime to try and rotate a little faster around the map and find something to do, even if that means just stacking camps.
As we do see Zingle coming in and continuing to get farm, he is almost caught up to the Anti-Mage, but he did die once. The mid lane has fairly heavily gone the way of T1E. Not only has he managed to get a kill, but he's also on top of last hits compared to the Invoker.
Sorry, it looked like he wanted to try and go on that, decides against it, remembering what happened last time around, as Zingle uses the spin to get himself out of a difficult situation. Quelling Blade, Brown Boots, working towards the phase. Going to have those up very shortly, and honestly, I feel like things get a little more dangerous for Sorry once those phase boots are done.
Mid lane, there's going to be another gank attempt.
They're going on Sinclair. Sinclair's dropping pretty low. T1E following, decides it's not worth the risk because here comes KCY and the TP from Mamalode. The TP ends up being wasted as nobody sticks around to dive the tower. Good control by University of Michigan.
But at least the TP did force the bear off of the Invoker, right? And that was a resummon of the bear. Sinclair might die here anyway, though. One entangle will do it. Paralyzing Cask is there.
Massive. Mamalode comes back around, wants AA, pops the ultimate. Can he finish the job? It'll go 1-for-1, but they need to finish off Pave to make it worth their time. Mamalode loving this right now. Pave got no hope. High ground tries to juke.
Meanwhile, down bottom, Sorry is going to be chased down by the Invoker. He dove into the tower. Now he's going to move back and get the stun.
Wow.
But it almost looked like Sorry was going to go down there. Zingle not with the mana to do another spin.
Ends up on 3-for-3. Mamalode able to pick up 2 kills. So that exchange, actually, I feel like goes really well in UBC's favor.
I agree.
Giving those 2 kills to the Anti-Mage is massive at this stage of the game.
Unfortunately, though, it does offset this Midas timing on the Invoker. It's not looking like it's going to come out any sooner than 11 minutes unless something changes here. That's a very late Midas that you do not want to deal with.
Single Sunstrike. Will it work? It does! That was a great play. They did the exact same thing. They pulled Zingle out, reduced his armor, popped him twice, made him go to the trees, and a massive prediction.
Yeah, that was
long range.
That was honestly, there was nowhere else for Zingle to go because of the attack range from the Invoker. A very well executed hurting from the Invoker.
Absolutely. So beautiful play. Sinclair, for the first time, I feel like playing the Invoker that we know he knows how to play.
But all the meanwhile, T1E continuing to get farm here in the mid. I'm not sure that the Anti-Mage is going to be enough to keep the mid game from rolling the way of U of M. He is doing well, but he's not sitting in his own lane, and the Juggernaut's starting to catch up in terms of last hits.
Absolutely. T1E's got that hand of Midas. Love and life with it right now. Bear in the brown, as well as the TP. He's still got a Fairy Fire on it for regen if it comes to that. Meanwhile, killing spree for the Earthshaker. I'm sorry, for the Mamalode as he takes out the Earthshaker with some help from his friends, Cal and Sorry. So many stuns.
Yeah. There's not a lot of options to deal with that, especially if you're an Earthshaker who's this far behind.
Yeah.
You heard my uncertainty in the draft. With that pick of the off-lane Earthshaker, the core Earthshaker, I really haven't felt the impact of him at all this game. I think that he's been a serious liability from the draft out. Whether or not they can turn that around is still up in the air. But for U of M, I would have really loved to have seen a more traditional off-laner that just contributes to the push.
The success of the Lone Druid in the middle may offset it a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's just that off-lane has been a total loss. And the problem is it's a total loss with the Anti-Mage getting the farm. Zingle's going to go ahead and spin to finish the tower. Now he thinks about backing away, turns back around on Cow. Cow getting low, not sure what that was. There it is. They want to go on Zingle. Sunstrike comes out. Zingle dies to the 3rd Sunstrike in this game. Pave in some trouble. What a stun from Dandy. He gets everyone. And they make that a 2.
Oh.
Now Sorry on the wraparound. What a body block coming around. Sorry's got nowhere to go. Wants to finish Pave. Pave runs for the hills. Sorry locked in the trees, sacrificed, and taken down They got the Juggernaut, but at what cost?
After that Savage Roar, he really just had to back up, but he had dinner plate eyes. He was starving for that kill.
So hungry, wanted to go deep. They got what they wanted. They had Zingle, and they kept pushing, and it cost them big time.
Now, you guys probably can't hear, but we actually have a little waiting crowd on either side of us cheering out after each one of these kills, and it certainly seems like there's a large U of M contingency, but definitely there's a UBC contingency cheering here as well.
Well, and how can you not be a member of the UBC contingency, a team that a lot of folks wrote off as 4th place, and here they are in the grand finals at 6-6, going head-to-head with University of Michigan.
And oh, wow. The Spirit Bear got his Midas up before the Invoker got his up, I believe. Invoker getting his first use right around 10 minutes.
So he's doing a great job using that. I think he's on his 2nd use already, so he's definitely really cashing in that money. Invoker does have his up, but a little bit slower than he'd like it to be. Meanwhile, in the mid position, Cal wants to come in and try to slow down this push, but Zingle and T1E are just too strong, and that mid tower should fall.
This is precisely what I was talking about earlier. Look, T1E Zingle grouping up, while their powers combined, creating a lot of space, and look down in the bottom lane. Just take a quick peek there on the minimap. Guess who's down there? Oh, it's the Earthshaker trying to catch up by soaking experience in a safe lane.
Trying to find farm. Sorry, doesn't want to allow. He's going to try to push the tower. A lot of slow down mechanics here coming out from Dandy, hoping to find something. Meanwhile, all of Michigan goes to top and says, you just soak, we're going to push.
Yeah, and Sorry is actually diving extremely deep here, and Mamalode is here as well. But the problem with this is, if Mamalode is down here, he's not solo farming out creeps for experience. The top tower looks like it'll be traded for the bottom tower if both teams have their way.
Dyer has put a massive amount of vision in the opposing team's jungle so they can take this tower, hopefully safely. Meanwhile, in that mid position, we see all the TPs coming from Michigan. They want to try to make a rotation down towards bottom for a pickoff, it looks like. We're going to make our moves here. In comes the Lone Druid, the TP coming out from the Earthshaker, the stun, max range, gets sorry, but the damage isn't enough to let them close the gap.
Sono's moving around, he's got a south going.
He's going to go ahead and TP out here. Sinclair going to slow walk down. KCY and Zingle going head to head. Zingle had the ultimate, decided not to use it there. Didn't want to lose him in vision or put himself in a bad position.
Anti-Mage is already closing in on a Battle Fury about 700 gold away. He should be able to get it up pretty fast here. And U of M are on a timer to make sure that they are punishing the Anti-Mage for his early game laning weakness.
This Anti-Mage has been night and day, different than the one earlier. A fast Battle Fury, going to be by 16, should be in the jungle very quickly. The question is it fast enough to deal with what we're seeing out of Zingle? Zingle's already got the Perseverance up and running. It looks like he's going to be getting very aggressive very soon.
I'm not sure that pushing down this bottom lane up toward the tier 2 is really the play for University of Michigan. The Roche re-initiation potential is there for UBC. Oh no.
What a cast bounce. Sorry, he's going to go back into the trees. The bear will chase him, but it should be okay. He'll get away. No harm, no foul. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Mamalode pass the TP to safety as Danny and Zingle TP in to try and stop him from his push.
Yeah, Mamalode only 100 gold away from his Battle Fury now. There hasn't really been the punish that I was talking about. The last tier 1 needs to drop down, or University of Michigan need to secure a gank and a Roche, and they don't really have the negative armor to make that happen.
All right, let's look at the jungle right now where we see Sinclair and KCY trying to make something happen. The Night Stalker's ultimate is up. They find the bear. They don't have the damage to kill it. The bear will walk away. And it looks like Cow and the team are just going to have to try to finish that tier 1 push. Meanwhile, Mamalode taking a lot of damage from an attempt to kill on the top lane is going to limp back to the tier 1. His Battle Fury is on him now, but he is very low on health, and Zingle wants to close that gap.
Now he's been sitting on Intreads for a while, so he's getting ready to use an ultimate somewhere.
Absolutely. All right, so he's going to go ahead and gets the TP to the mid lane, not interested in sticking around in such a dangerous location, and that should free them up to take this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, this is a good trade for University of Michigan. They did just see the revealed Battle Fury, so they know if they give up a tower, it's not going to give that AM his Battle Fury any faster, and therefore trade is in their favor because they're closer to items than new items than the Anti-Mage actually is.
All right, they now finish off that, well, they're trying to finish off that tier 1. The bear has finally arrived, and they will take this tower down with really no contest. Night Stalker going to be on standby to watch it happen, but not going to be able to do anything about it, and he'll walk away through the trees. Pave will spot him, but can't do anything about it. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Single has arrived. He wants to play. He's going to go ahead and spin. He does no longer have the mana for his ultimate, so that's not going to be an option to try and finish off the bench.
He's going to get his Battle Fury a solid 3 minutes later than the Anti-Mage at this pace. And that is 3 big minutes for Anti-Mage to be getting free farm. Granted, the Juggernaut will still be active a little bit faster and be able to sustain damage on the towers a little bit more, but you can't give an Anti-Mage this kind of buoyancy already.
And that is by no means a bad timing on the Battle Fury for the Juggernaut. The problem is, you're in a race, and that race can't be won at the moment.
I mean, you're looking at 109 last hits plus kills already there. The Anti-Mage was actually a part of 3 of the early game kills, all of them. He rotated out of his lane. One of the major differences we see between him and the Battle Fury that or the Anti-Mage that he defeated earlier today.
Yep, absolutely. So he's going to go ahead and get that quick farm. Vlad's offering recipe already on it, ready to come out. Give him the regen he desperately needs. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, U of M is going to use that Lone Druid to try and farm these camps that KCY will make sure are not taken by the LD. Down the bottom, Single's going to go ahead and farm that lane, try to finish up the Battle Fury and get it out to him very, very quickly. We see a rotation coming out from the Invoker, but he might find himself in a world of hurt here. Single dropping pretty low. Invoker is going to back, and now Single's got to try to dodge the Investigative Sunstrike.
There's that Cyclone Staff coming out on the Invoker. He's no longer quite as vulnerable to disables or silences he can buy sometime. And more importantly, he's going to be able to start setting up kills if he can find someone solo. It doesn't look like that's very likely, though, as University of Michigan have been grouped together extremely tightly.
Absolutely. So we're going to see Invoker go back and make sure that that tier 2 is not pushed down. Strong defense to make University of Michigan reconsider their aggression. Single now going to go into that jungle, get a little bit of farm for himself. At the same time, though, Anti-Mage has not stopped farming since he got that Battle Fury. That's what Vlad's offering up on him now. And like you said, there was a 3-minute window there, but that push that they just attempted that had that stop because of the Invoker rotation puts him even farther back.
Well, I mean, that Battle Fury, in the duration that he did not have the Battle Fury and the Anti-Mage did, Anti-Mage farmed an entire Vlad's.
Exactly.
Right? Like, that is a big differential. Granted, a couple of the components were already there, but you're still talking about an 1,800 gold differential. And in terms of the net worth, you're starting to look at the Anti-Mage way ahead. He is a full 1,000 ahead of the Lone Druid, who is his next closest opponent. He is almost 3,000 ahead of the Juggernaut.
And now what he's doing is he's coming forward, pushing the lane every time Single's out of position. Jumps away the second he shows up, but let's go towards the mid. Looks like we want to have a fight here. The stun is up.
Wow,
Cow. Big Echo Cow gonna go down.
That's the second time they've been baited out for an unreasonable kill. UBC normally much more disciplined than this.
No, look at that. Sinclair able to pick off the Juggernaut.
That's just what I was saying, right? If he can find someone solo, he can set up the kill and make it happen.
Very nicely done. Juggernaut did manage to get his hands on the Battle Fury, but he goes down and delays another 40 seconds before he can truly start to utilize it.
T1E is getting really close to a Radiance, and that is going to be trouble in Terrorist Town, right? I mean, Anti-Mage, that means he's going to have that mischance going against him, in addition to the fact that they'll be able to globally split push and push lanes out. But granted, the push lanes out deal is not as big of an issue into an Anti-Mage, but the mischance is going to be devastating in some of these fights.
Now Sinclair pushes the bottom tower, gets it to about half health, running that chip that we know he likes to do. And on the opposite side, Anti-Mage has been also chipping at that top tier 2, almost down at half as well. We're going to see it, T1E going in, working on finishing the farm on that Radiance. As you said, getting very, very close to accomplishing just that feat. In fact, it's done. So it's coming out, and it is now on the bear.
UBC are aware of the general area that University of Michigan are in because of another nice scan. This is a team that really understands that mechanic.
They do. They seem to understand very well. Whether or not they practiced it, they understand it. Here comes a smoke rotation, though, from the guys at University of Michigan, looking to catch the Anti-Mage, and it's the right call. They want to get this kill. Anti-Mage now on the run. They're pinging him out, saying, guys, they're coming. Night Stalker to be able to get away, and the smoke is broke, and they get nothing for it.
Yeah. The blink away by Slaughter is not necessarily how you want to reveal Blink Dagger, and I believe that was the reveal, but is definitely better than losing a ground.
Absolutely, absolutely. So a nice play there to get themselves out of trouble. But University of Michigan looking to convert that into the mid-tower push as the lane continued to push while the smoke gang was rotating.
Yeah, T1E does have the Radiance up. It will be difficult to fight into him. Also, look at this extremely aggressive vision coming out of the Radiant, right? They've got both wards out onto any avenue into the high ground here.
Zingle going head-to-head. Mamalode wanted to fight that time, decided not to blink away. Really wants to finish the tower.
Aggro blink.
Blinks onto Zingle, has the ultimate Zingle limping. The Sunstrike for the 4th time finishes him, and he blinks off, non-disjointable, but it won't matter. It's too low of a stun. Meanwhile, on the bottom, they're going to push that tower as well because they TP top to try and get control. Tower down to a corner, and they back away. A really nice play by UBC.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're starting to look at the way this game is shaking out, UBC are taking a substantial net worth lead. The only issue that they may run into is if their opponents group up and bait them into some unfortunate fights. That could be a swing that goes the way of University of Michigan. Other than that, the anti-mage should be able to go late fairly effectively. Granted, Lone Druid and Juggernaut also go late fairly well, so it's by no means a foregone conclusion.
And if we know anything about UBC when it comes to baiting, they have proven over and over again they have an absolute mastery of it, especially in perceptions like the Roche pit.
Yeah. Also, UBC have a much better Roche contesting lineup in terms of they've got the blink daggers, they've got a natural blink from the anti-mage, they also have a swap, and they have the vision of the Sunstrike. In addition, if they want to take it, they have multiple forms of negative armor, and eventually they'll have Ags on Nightstalk for uncontested vision, right? So as the game goes later, that Roche becomes increasingly important. UBC, not only with dire side advantage, but also a draft advantage on that location.
Mamalode, by the way, now has the Yasha and the recipe to make it into a Manta, and that is going to, once again, really cause some trouble because U of M's can't seem to keep up with them right now. If you go ahead and pull up the stack chart on net worth, you're going to see a 3,000 gold lead on the anti-mage.
They're going bear hunting.
Wow,
they're actually going to use the
wicked
swap.
bear hunting. They really want to finish it off. That's a lot of gold for them. They get that 300, and they really slow down Lone Druid because he is he ready to summon? No, he just resummoned. Okay.
Yeah, he does have a resummon, but now if he dies, he won't have it for 2 minutes, right? So for UBC, and also just a free 300 gold. You know, that's a couple of jungle camps that they just got for free, probably onto their anti-mage.
Meanwhile, the push on top, the push also on bottom. Sinclair there takes the tower and starts to look at the two.
Oh, the blink of him, sorry, up top.
Wow, sorry.
Can't engage.
He gets the stun, tower destroyed, now he's got to walk away, tries to stop the TPs. In the middle, they come out to try and get themselves an anti-mage, but he'll escape without a problem. And we'll see at the beginning of the chip on that tier 3 get underway.
I assume that blink from the starter actually down bottom. This looks like it could be some trouble.
All right,
Never
T1E
mind.
still under assault. Mamalode wants to try to finish the job. 18 seconds on his ultimate, but he does not have the range. He's got to be careful here. Cave was waiting. T1E is low. Sorry, wants to play. There's a huge Echo Slam. They're doing some serious work. They managed to go Lone Druid for Slardar. The Witch Doctor goes down. Mamalode wrecking everyone, tearing them apart, working his way through the AA. The ultimate is used. The AA goes down. It's a team wipe, baby. UBC on the back of Mamalode plays out of their mind in that team fight.
That's not just a team fight. That's a team fight with a triple kill on your anti-mage, who's already becoming an issue this early. Anti-mage, this is not a hero that you can let get off to this kind of a start, right?
No, definitely not. Great plays for UBC. Sinclair Mamalode was clearly waiting to unleash the anti-mage and has been able to do so.
Yeah, this is also not a hero that I'd normally expect to be super successful this match because of the difficulty opening up space and the high aggression in terms of team fights to make up for the tower differential because you're not able to push towers as much. But UBC have done a really good job of creating the space, creating the atmosphere for the anti-mage to succeed. And to his credit, his early game rotations that most anti-mage players, barring like an aggressive, right, would never make. Those rotations from the farming carry seem to be floating this game in the way of UBC.
And off of that triple kill, Anti-Mage finishes up a Skull Basher to make it an even harder experience for the opponents to deal with. It looks like U of M's doing their old fallback, get together and try to come up with a plan to turn it back around.
Yeah, and there's been one pick off with an ultimate from the Earthshaker, but other than that, I've not felt this Earthshaker's presence at all, and it's not on the player, it just didn't really fit the draft.
Absolutely. Now Zingle being watched from KCY on the high ground. Not going to do much, just keep some vision up. Roche will go down on a nice grab by UBC, and they'll put that on top of the Invoker. What do you do if you're University of Michigan? You can see a little bit of trouble in the future.
It's the same thing that I just said, right? They need to make sure that they are not giving up any bad engagements and that they can smoke up, get something so that they can convert to an objective. But as it is, they can high ground defend all they want into an Invoker, into an Anti-Mage with Alacrity eventually coming out as well. You're going to be looking at towers falling whether or not you're defending well.
Absolutely. So they do have a big order on their plate. They were behind last time. They made a massive comeback. Let's see if they can do it again because they have to. They're just going to go with, oh, wow.
Wow. Anti-Mage almost just got a basher. He almost has
UBC
Vanguard
do that
up.
again. UBC, so U of M smoked and started to rotate, and UBC hit them with the scan dead center the second they did it.
They are just experts at that. I said it the second I saw those patch notes. Players and teams that control the scan effectively and know where to utilize it and when are going to absolutely decimate. And UBC have dodged so many potential deaths and also gained so many potential swings, right? They might not even be in this tournament so far, or still, if they had not had a couple of really great scans in the earlier game against the BSJ staff.
Yeah, and their vision mastery has been strong. If you look at the map, you can see that they're making sure that they always see what's happening on their opponent's side of the map. They generally know where they are because they know where they aren't, and it's really paying off so far in this game.
Anti-Mage bought a basher almost already to Abyssal. He's about 300 away from a full Abyssal. No reveal on the basher.
wow.
It's going to be a sudden Abyssal. So he's going to have a sudden instant lockdown for somebody, and there's no way for you of them to know it.
That's an instant single in a high ground.
Right, yeah.
That's going to be a very tough pill to swallow once he shows it. And you know the rest of UBC is playing to keep that hidden. They're staying aggressive, but they're making sure that Anti-Mage is able to sort of keep his secrets to himself.
Yeah, well, it's still in his stash. There's no way for University of Michigan to know whatsoever until it comes out.
Buying him, and he's not even showing like, hey, I'm farming item. He's showing up in lane, acting like nothing's abnormal, and this is where I think it's really going to pay off for him. So he goes right back to lane, shows himself again, no fear of the pickoff, and doing a really great job of that.
Yeah, it's a really smart move overall. Now, the question is, with that, we're going to see
Zingle's going to go for the spin on Sinclair. Sinclair tried to get the initiation. Nice swap by Cal, though. Sinclair still in trouble. Yule Scepter up into the air, but here comes the Anti-Mage from behind. The rock comes down. T1E in some trouble. The Aegis is popped. He's going to come right back up. Danny taking damage, but Mamalo gets caught with the Winter Wyvern. The turnaround is there. Zingle went down. Mamalode wants to make a chase. They decide maybe it's not worth it. Can they push the high ground? Zingle, no buyback.
Yeah, no buyback, and I think that does mean that they can at least force an issue onto the high ground with that tier 3. Well, as soon as they realize there's no buyback, they're probably going to try to take it, but I don't think they really have the damage to get any racks. Maybe they can get the tower, but even that seems like a long shot.
Here they go in deep. Worth noting that fight revealed the Bizzle for the first time on Zingle. Mamalode goes in deep. Bizzle almost off a cooldown. Pops the Manta style. Turns back around. They're going to try to play this aggressively. Kyle with the swap out to make sure that his Anti-Mage stays safe, but they catch Dandy, and he's going to go down. Haven's in trouble. He drops as well. UBC is on a roll. They've got to get out of the base, though, as they have all lost a ton of life here. They got the chips. Benj will go down. The Witch Doctor not back, but Zingle has returned.
Mamalode being pinged out by his allies. He's got to get out of there. He's still very deep, and there's nobody left to save him.
Slardar stayed back, even though he's low on health, to make sure that he had a safety valve to get out. He's going to get healed up. He jumps. He goes on Zingle. Zingle gets pushed backwards by the deafening blast, and that might actually be a breaker as Dandy comes back. He's going to go down. Now we see Mamalode again withdrawing. Sinclair very, very low. Nightstalker still almost at full health. They want this tower. They want it bad.
And look at that alacrity on the Anti-Mage, just how impactful it is.
There they go, pushing hard. The glyph ends, and now we'll finally see UBC back out. They take the tower, they take the wins. The Abyssal Blade reveal paid off in dividend.
Just devastating. I said it was a long shot to even get a tower, and it was. Did you see how much dancing around the base they had to do to make that work? But it was extremely effective overall. The Anti-Mage is just too hard to kill, and if you have the Aegis, you might as well engage as long as you need to.
Yep, absolutely. The guys from UBC giving a master's class in how to run this Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage, and so far it has been exceptional. The gold advantage for UBC is over 16,000. The XP advantage is over 22.
Oh my god, there's power level 9,000 Toppies. How do you get out of that if you're into an anti-mage? There just isn't the farm on the map to deal with it. They have to bait him in. They have to get him to make mistakes. The ball is really in UBC's court.
It's too early for them to hope, well, the anti-mage is almost 6 slotted, we can make a comeback. When you're stopping the high ground push, the anti-mage has got 3 slots to go, that's trouble of ruin.
And oh, he's almost 6 slotted hope really only works if you're coming close to beating him in a fight. And they're not anywhere near that level right now. The high ground defense is all they have left.
Yep. That Abyssal's been a massive answer. Right now, Mamala's sitting on a whopping 4.2K in his bank account. That's another item about to roll down the pipelines, and I just don't know if Zingle, with a Yasha and a Battle Fury, can handle it.
Yeah, he's just radically underfarmed. A lot of that underfarm just comes down to the fact that he was really active on towers, but they did not leverage those towers into giving him space to farm. And they honestly didn't take the towers that fast either. It was a slow pushing chip. The Radiance on the Bear has been nice, but it's just not enough by itself. You know, the mischance has had a big impact in some of these fights, and he has been able to keep the lanes somewhat pushed out. It's just, that's really all they got going for them right now.
Absolutely. So that said, UBC going to head down towards the bottom lane, maintain that push, coming at it from 2 sides, up on top. Sorry is going to lead the charge to try and go in on 2 fronts. Where do you defend here? Do you just sit on the high and hope for a good initiation?
Yeah, they're going to poke left and right here. They have the Bear to defend from one side as well. The Bear can obviously teleport from one side to the other. And they're just going to wait until they see where the anti-mage is. That's probably where you need to defend.
So they show and now rotate. Sinclair heads toward the mid. They've got the rest of the team there as well. Mamalode looks like he wants to try and get a blink initiation. The Earthshaker block goes out to stop them from pushing into the high ground. The question is where to breach, and that's really what UBC is waiting on.
Now, Lone Druid is starting to work on some additional items for protection against physical damage, but that might be too little too late. I don't really see where the farm avenues are here, you know what I mean? It's like he's got an address on Candy Cane Lane. There's no way to get there.
He's stuck in the Gumdrop Forest, and he's going nowhere near it at the moment. Mamalode's going to go ahead and clear the creep waves. Got Sari on the backup, KCY on the rotation. Meanwhile, Zingle holding that mid spot because Sinclair wants to push it down like nothing else in the world. Both lanes under serious assault. The guys from Michigan holding on by the tips of their fingernails as the guys from UBC just farm up every creep wave that comes out of the base.
Now, UBC's being very patient here, too. I suspect they're either waiting for an opportunity of misplacement.
They're waiting for this. In goes Sari. Wants to get the stun on AAA. He's going to go Glacier. Meanwhile, the fight back in the tower. Cow and Sinclair take a lot of damage. Sari's got it back. Mamalode gets the Winter Wyverns, but left behind. Finds Pave on the outside. Finishes the job. Dandy on the run. That is a triple. Wants to make it more. Turns back, decides let's get objectives, and starts to rip through those racks. Mamalode takes down 1. They're looking for 2. The rest of the team is low, but it doesn't matter. Mamalode is carrying the load as he crushes down that second tower, looking for more racks. No buybacks on the 3 dead. Can they come in? Can they stop this?
You may be able to hear it over the mic how excited this team is. They think that they just won the game, and they probably did. Zingle's going to come in on a one last ditch effort.
Zingle wants to make the move. The stun, the 1, it's done. There's no buyback. Everyone is dead. UBC, the underdogs, get the GG in advance to win the CSL. What a play, what patience, waiting for the opening to make their big move.
Yeah, as they came in here, UBC really showed us that they have something a lot of the other teams don't have, and they're just a map awareness, their patience on objectives. Even U of M coming out here as one of the favorite teams, one of the teams that is objective oriented when they're playing to win. That just was not enough because they do go out, they do get aggressive, they do find themselves out of place. We rarely saw UBC in that similar situation.
Yeah, no, it was a great play by UBC from the start of this tournament to where they are now. They played as a team, they played very aggressively, and they've made sure that they always watch each other's backs. And that's what we saw in every single team fight. Take nothing from University of Michigan. They played their hearts out and left it on the field. But at the end of the day, UBC was the team to beat, and they proved it all the way through.
Yeah, you do like to see the team that has the coordination, the communication, and the track record come in. I feel sorry for my boys from Ann Arbor, but we'll all fly home and get over it together, you know?
I guess ultimately my prediction comes true. UBC goes through. I love cheering for the underdogs, guys. This has been an absolutely amazing tournament. I do want to give a quick shout out because there's some serious sponsorship dollars, scholarship dollars going to the UBC guys, and that's coming from ASUS, Republic of Gamers, who not only flew us down, gave the money for the prize pool and all the machines for the event, but really have been supportive from start to finish. Also Brain Gear, who's been really helpful throughout the process, really making sure that this event ran smoothly and has been as good as it is. So to those two brands, we really appreciate you supporting Collegiate Dota, because that's really what's helping us move to the next level. And obviously Dreamhack Austin for hosting us. What a great event. What a great venue.
Yeah, not to mention all the viewers that are coming in, taking a look, all the people here in the venue that have kind of gathered around our booth in the middle of all these games. There are StarCraft going on, there's Hearthstone going on, there's fighting game community stuff all over the place, and this is the event that some of these guys chose to stop and watch, and we really appreciate it. Hope that CSL will continue to grow in future seasons and we can see some major teams coming out.
And don't forget, guys, come back tomorrow. There's more Collegiate Starleague. We've got all day Sunday, just like all day today, is going to be League of Legends playing. It's going to be McMaster versus Robert Morris in game 1, and Waterloo versus Maryville in game 2. So lots of games starting at about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning here at the Starleague at Dreamhack Austin. My name's Toffees. You can find me at Toffees TV. Gorgon, where can they find you?
My name's Gorgon, the Wonder Cow. You can find me on Twitter at the Wonder Cow for updates on all of our casting and my writing and analysis.
It's been an awful lot of fun to spend our time with you this weekend. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to the Starleague for having us. And as always, Toffees out. Collegiate Starleague at Dreamhack 2016. I am here giving out the medals for victory to our champions, UBC.
Thank you.
Captain Sinclair, who helped lead you to victory. Guys, congratulations. You came in a situation where a lot of folks maybe didn't think you were going to get out of the first round, and now, look at you. You're number one. Let's do this, Sinclair. Why don't you, before you tell us how you feel, introduce us to the team, because you guys don't get a lot of time to be in front of the crowd.
Alright, this is our support player, Kevin Kuo, KCY. This is our other support player, Jeremy Sit. My bad.
What the?
It's too much going through my head.
He's the captain,
Steven, he plays our off lane, Sorry, and Ricky our carry, Mama Load.
Nice, Mama a hell of a game. And Sinclair, obviously, we met you before, led the team to victory. Guys, that was amazing. It's got to feel pretty good. Let me ask you this. Going into Michigan, you know you had a tall order, a very different style of play than you saw with Cal Poly. Tell me about your thought process before Game 3.
Game 3. Take it away. Before Game 3. We were getting over Game 2.
Looked at our Game 2.
We were getting over Game 2.
We realized it was a really crucial mistake. It wasn't like we were behind. It was just one misstep. And then everyone got tilted a little bit, and then everyone
started thinking like, oh, should we pick these heroes? Should we pick their heroes so they don't get it? But then we realized that, you know what, we should just play our own bread and butter.
It sounds like you stuck to your guns, and based on what we saw, felt like that maybe was definitely Mama Load's bread and butter.
Yeah.
You guys bought so much space for that anti-mage to get off the ground. I don't know if you realize this, your Battle Fury was up almost 4 minutes before the Juggernaut got his. Wow. You had your Vlads before he even finished his Battle Fury, and things just spiraled out of control from there. At what point did you guys feel like this game is ours?
I think when he got that double kill mid, right?
Yeah, when I
When he
rotated
got that
mid,
haste and he got a double kill.
it felt pretty good. Rotating anti-mage, you never see that?
You mean with the sneaky abyssal that you hit till the very last possible moment? Yeah, we saw that. Very, very nice. Pulled in, got single, out of control, and you guys took the win all the way. You know, if you want to give a shout out to somebody, if you want to say anything, this is your moment. Go ahead and take it.
Go ahead and do the sponsors. Do the sponsors. Shout out to Aces ROG, especially Aces ROG actually. And then our other sponsors, Wangyu Cyber Cafe, Africa TV, Rome Mobility, and Memory Express? Yes, Memory Express.
Memory Express, awesome guys, a great game, super proud of you for going all the way through. Scholarship funds on the way, a free day after this to just relax at Dreamhack and bask in the glory. What a performance coming from UBC. Don't go anywhere because we are going to bring Michigan up for the runner-up interview and the runner-up medals, but guys, congratulations. It was one hell of a ride. We're going to cut just for a second and be back with the next interview. Back to you. That was awesome.
Alright, and welcome back. I don't know if we're on.
Nice. Production value.
You know, it's the runner-up production value.
Still better than Shanghai.
Oh god, Shanghai disaster.
Are we on? How do we know?
We'll be told in a second.
Hey guys.
I should put my belt down, honestly.
Alright, we are back. We had some production issues there, but I'm happy to be here with University of Michigan, the runners-up here for the Collegiate Starleague. They are going to go home with a little bit of prize pool, and with the Swink runner-up, I guess medallions of some kind. So, Zingle, I've got to start with you.
Thank you.
In that last set, it seemed like some of your drafts were a little unusual. You ran the Phantom Lancer mid, you ran the Earthshaker off lane. Are these things that you guys have practiced in the past and you're comfortable with, or were you really thinking outside the box?
So they are things that we have tried before with a lot of success.
Okay.
But not against the same lineups all the time. Like a Earthshaker offlane against an Ancient Mage isn't as good as what we ran it before, and we were just kind of hoping for that same success by miracle. I don't know.
All right. Yeah, so I'm gonna move on here. Give it over to Pat. Good television. As you guys were moving forward, at what point in time did you really start to realize things might be slipping away from you?
Because we kind of like pushed a little bit late, and then like by that point, like AM is starting to split push, and then like he can solo kill a bear like easily.
Yeah.
So by that point, we know it's just gonna go grim. So yeah.
And where was the hope? You guys stayed in the game for a really long time looking for an opportunity. Was it just, will they make a mistake, or was there some sort of play that you guys had in your mind?
Yeah, pretty much that was the thing that we were hoping for. Like we told like ourselves like we needed a perfect ankle slam, perfect like Winter Wyvern skirts, like everything must be perfect for us to win that game. But that's pretty hard.
Game 2 was still pretty solid for you guys. So.
Right.
Did you come off of that feeling good, like you were moving in toward your comfort zone, or did that feel a little flukish because they drafted such a cheesy horror strategy? How did you guys kind of feel moving out of that game?
Yeah, of course. Like after game 2, like we were so confident. I mean, like that kind of like pumped us up, and I know like by that point, like it's just like going to the next game. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm not gonna put it on you because I don't want to cross you on the camera, but in terms of having come down to Dreamhack, having competed, got in second place, do you have any regrets about the way that you guys played in the finals, or are you feeling pretty confident with your overall play?
Oh no, yeah.
We're really happy that you guys are happy. Maybe disappointed, but you know,
A little bit.
it's nice to see that you guys are coming out with a positive attitude still, though. It proves that you are untiltable, right? There's no sodium chloride on the table.
So yeah, if you guys read the article, we have PMA going on right here. So this is the example of PMA.
It is all PMA all day long. Moving down the line, is there anyone that you guys as a team or you as an individual would like to thank for coming down here and really being able to contribute to this in terms of your overall team performance?
Start with me?
Yeah, start with you and we'll move around.
Okay.
Well, shout out to my girlfriend, to Abu Cabo, and UIUC and UP boys.
All right.
My girlfriend, I definitely shout out to my girlfriend too. Now, like for the whole 3 days, like supporting us, like helping us out. Yeah, she has been a great support.
Great. Coming down the line, any other shout outs for you guys?
I would like to give a shout out to like all those people like in RB right now, like supporting us, watching us here, and also to UIUC for helping us script like before we like got to Dreamhack. Yeah, that really helped a lot.
Awesome. Zingle, anything for you?
Shout out to the East 1 squad from last year. All of you guys, I was disappointed you couldn't make it, but you're here with me in spirit.
All right. And finally, anything else for shout out?
I think they covered it.
It's all covered. All right, and we've got one last medal here for you. Coming in. As you are looking forward, how are you guys thinking that you might be able to influence University of Michigan in future years? And I know that who here is not going to be coming back next year because of graduation.
Most of our players are graduating.
That's what I heard. Right? So, do you guys have any sense of what you would like to see the team that follows you up and takes your legacy do? Is there anything you specifically would like to influence them or tell them now?
I don't know, like although I'll be graduating, but if they want, like if they need my help, I mean like my advice, they will definitely want to better help them. Like, I mean, I know Ame and Iwan is still around because they might be forming us some of the hopefully they'll be able to.
That's great. We love to see the people coming back even after they graduate to make sure that their collegiate team is still strong. That's how everything gets better, right? All right, so for Collegiate Starleague, this is Gorgon, and I think we are bringing Toffees on to sign out.
Guys, you know what? You're welcome to stand back here. I know that 3 of you are done, right? You're graduating, so why don't you give us a little bit of a background as we throw it out. One last shout out to our sponsors who made the whole thing possible. Asus ROG, Brain Gear for bringing us some of the coolest science in brain management, and of course Dreamhack Austin for making it all possible. My name's Toffees, this is Gorgon, this is the University of Michigan, and this is Dreamhack 2016. Thanks for watching, have a wonderful night, play more Dota. Gorgon and Toffees out.
Thanks, sponsors.
Thanks,